All right. Now we're live. Where we left off, the party had just encountered the leaders of the Thieves Guild, and having completed a task for him, found the return of the weapons that were otherwise seized in their previous encounter at the Fat Man's Feedbag Tavern and Inn. Now that the party has reclaimed its weapons, it finds itself one party member stronger and a little heavier on the shoulder. Now they're making their way from the Fat Man's Feedbag, it seems, into town and enjoying the rewards of the goods acquired from the transport that they had previously encountered earlier in the day. It's about evening. It's kind of getting into about supper time, and the kind of crowds are beginning to gather towards the taverns and inns for a evening smoke or evening drink, along with a hearty meal of varying types, depending on which tavern you find yourselves in. It seems that the Rusty Dragon, as ever, is popular as ever, seems to be the place to go for the evening's drinks and entertainment. So, where would you like to begin?
Well, well, Kaj, I mean, you kind of came in handy with everything going on and managed to get our weapons back and sort of save the day on this one. So why don't you decide where we head tonight?
I say we gamble.
Of course, you say we gamble.
Raptor pops out of the backpack. Aha! Very excited for this proposal.
Go back to sleep.
Ducks right back into the backpack, and then you hear the sound of gold coins just rummaging around in Kaj's backpack.
Motherfucker.
Did we not already have a gamble when we undertook this assignment for everything back? I mean, we went into a situation completely blind. Are you still trying to figure out how to gamble today?
Well, Kaj certainly is not opposed.
All right, how about we eat first, and then we will see if we're in the mood to gamble.
All right. You want to go the hag to the Rusty Dragon or somewhere a little cheaper and
I mean, we could go to the
More
hagfish
lively.
again, but considering how hot our current situation has been in that district, it's probably best to wait until things cool down for just a minute. Plus, we haven't stopped by the Rusty Dragon for a minute. We should see how our people there are doing.
your logic is reasonable.
Somebody
Let's
else.
go gamble at the Rusty Dragon.
All right, I guess we head to the Rusty Dragon.
All right. You make your way through the town. The lights of the lanterns are just beginning to flicker as dusk kind of approaches. By the time you make it to the Rusty Dragon, it looks like people have already begun to settle in for an evening supper, evening's drink, or evening smoke. Few people seem to be gambling on a couple of different tables. It seems like there is a game of liar's dice being played, a game of darts as well, a drinking contest, a arm wrestling contest, and everyone else seems to be kind of circling themselves around the tables, engaging in the small talk of the day, you see Bethana, the halfling elderly woman, tending bar, eagerly pouring drinks and serving food to the various patrons. And you even see Amiko running around and bussing tables and ensuring that her patrons stay happy and content at the Rusty Dragon.
Coach, who's that?
Ooh, Amiko?
Is that her name? I don't know. I've only ever seen Bethana when we've come in.
Ah, Jess. He was the, or she was the owner of this establishment. We haven't seen her in a while because she's now the leader of the Glassworks Guild. She's one of the heads of the 5 major families here now.
Oh.
Well,
Okay,
should we
then.
say hi? Let's go say hi.
Sure.
I'm going to go over to Bethana
Bethana,
and
Bethana or Amiko?
Amiko.
going up to you're going up
I'm
to
going
Amiko?
to Amiko. Yeah. So,
You make your way to Amiko, a young woman adventurer with raven black hair, save for 2 strands of gray and white hair emerging from her bangs. She seems to be bussing tables at the moment and kind of checking in on the various drinkers and tavern sitters in the place. But once she notices your approach, she begins to light up as if she is seeing a friend she hasn't seen in some time. She immediately walks up to Kaj and gives him a great big hug and kind of an embrace.
I subconsciously begin purring.
Well,
As
You're kind of-
that
I'm gonna
hug
help
is
fish
taking
Raptor
place,
out of his bag.
as that hug is taking place, I would like to stealthily move from the bag onto this new person's shoulder.
roll
Oh, God.
roll stealth check.
Perfect. Let us see. Raptor's just caught up with all the new stuff and completely curious. Not good. 14.
14. As you try to make your way from Kaj's purring hood onto Amiko's shoulder, Amiko instinctively kind of brushes you aside as if to brush aside a beetle that falls on someone's shoulder. Raptor, roll a reflex save.
Can I roll to catch him?
We
Tristan, you can roll a reflex save to catch.
Can
16
I do a
for me.
Can I do a search to make sure he didn't steal any of my gold?
Roll perception. Hold that thought for a moment. Roll
got a
perception, Kaj, actually.
We got 22.
Hold on. And while I do this, Tristan, what was that reflex save?
23.
23. And Raptor, what was that reflex save?
It was 16.
16. Yeah. Raptor, you begin to tumble and fall, unable to recover from the backhand of this giant, proportionally giant hand. Tristan, you managed to dive down and grab Raptor by the palm of your hand just before he crashes onto the wood floor and potentially injuring himself quite heartily. All of this draws quite a scene, and Amiko kind of steps back from the embrace of Kaj to witness everything going on. a couple of the patrons have kind of turned their heads, in particular at Tristan doing his diving catch.
Raptor looks wide-eyed at Tristan, just standing there in amazement for a brief moment, and then looks around the bar to see all the drawn eyes, and then just scurries off into the first place that he can hide.
The closest place
You're
would
in my
be.
hand.
I'm running away from your hand. There's too much attention here. Raptor's a dragon fairy who does not like eyes.
Roll a stealth check.
21.
Okay. You kind of scurry underneath one of the adjoining tables, behind some of the patrons' feet. Oh my! What was all of that about?
Sorry, I thought I dropped something important. I'm sure I'll get it back later. I kind of shoot a glare at where Raptor like went off. Like, I'm totally gonna get you for that one.
Raptor pokes his head out and just winks, and then ducks back into cover.
Tristan just kind of gets back to his feet, like, I can't believe you did me dirty like that, and then looks back to him and goes like, "Hi, I'm new." Ish.
Indeed. And your little friend under the table, is he new as well?
He's brand new.
Yeah, he's kind of just tagging along.
He doesn't do well with big crowds and overwhelming sights and beautiful women, I guess.
Ooh.
Well, beautiful women, you say. What's a charmer you must be?
Should just slipped. Tristan just kind of shrugs, like, God, as I do it.
Well, we don't want to leave him under the table. He might get squished down there. And she kind of squats down to where Raptor is, looks square at Raptor, and she kind of fumbles around her satchel and finds, draws out a small. It looks like a small pastry, about the size of a gold coin, and she kind of palms it in front of Raptor and says, "Oh, little guy, would you like a little pastry?"
Well,
Sorry.
why, yes, I would.
Oh,
That
here you
sounds wonderful.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You can come on out. I'm not going to hurt you.
Very, very skittishly kind of pokes out and analyzes the scene, and then attempts to grab the pastry and dart back into the darkness as quickly as possible.
All right. You pretty easily grab the pastry. She doesn't offer any sort of resistance, and you dart back to the base of the table legs and kind of hide under some of the shadows of the table, keeping a pretty. It seems like you're keeping a pretty close eye on the patron's feet, trying not to get stepped on.
Perfect. An average Tuesday.
Well, and she stands up and addresses Kaj and Tristan. Now, Kaj, I remember that you and your friends were having a few adventures up north, though I'm unfamiliar with these two. Care to lead introductions?
Well, you know about as much as I do about my friend Raptor over there. This, however, this is Tristan. He's been with us for a good time and is a solid lad to have around.
Ah, Tristan. A fighter, if I must say, if I've ever seen one.
Yes, yeah, I do use the sword to earn my keep.
Certainly, I can tell. I've seen quite a few fighters around here. And your little friend under the table?
We picked him up on our last outing. We're not quite sure where he came from or what he's about, but he appears to... What does he think you are, Kosh?
He thinks I'm something called Sandy Claus.
Sandy Claus.
Sandy
A
Claus,
folklore of some sort?
apparently.
Raptor suddenly emerges from Garrett's pocket, from Kaj's pocket,
What?
as if he magically teleported there, or just hanging off of his pants, and makes himself very known. Standy Claus, the one who brings gifts for the children. This is a good lad you're speaking to. This is Standy.
He's been on this since he started tagging along. We don't know what he's talking about or to what he's referring.
You know, actually, I think I have heard of some sort of folklore tale of. I always heard it as Santa Claus, not Sandy Claus, but it could be the same.
No. Standy claws.
Standy-
Standy, like upright, and claws like his hands. Standy Claus, the magic man.
The Magic Man. Ah, yes, indeed.
I mean, there's plenty of magic in the world, really.
I'm not even magic, bro.
No
Don't
one's
even know
more
any.
magic than Standy Claus. And then Raptor reaches into Kaj's pocket and grabs the rest of that mystery cocaine and just rails it.
Oh God.
Oh, what was? Oh, because you found like
Yeah, I got a vial of brown
right.
stimulant powder, and I did half of it and then rode my bird, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
That's right.
So he's just gonna rail cocaine.
We're just gonna try again. We'll see
Roll
what it is.
roll a fortitude save.
Oh, perfect. Oh, the dice are not looking great tonight. Fortitude save 8 plus 6, 14.
All right, you begin to feel a tad lightheaded, and you try to stable yourself, but in doing so, you step forward, and you were expecting to feel solid ground in front of you. The solid ground was not there. You fall immediately onto the ground, onto your side, and kind of like bruise up your arm a little bit with the fall. As you try to stabilize yourself, you find yourself struggling to get up, something like a turtle falling on its back when it can't get up.
Yeah, when fairies fall on their wings, they have a hard time.
That doesn't even make sense. They have wings to help them move.
I mean, theoretically
Yeah, well-
speaking, if you have all that weight on your back, like possibly.
Okay.
Especially when you're ripped on mystery powder. Makes it real tough.
I'm gonna pick him up as he like kind of struggles and take a little like leather strap to kind of just tie him to like the inside of my gauntlet just so I can keep him out. Just kind of like lash him like into the laces of my van brace and just be my bracer just like fucking just.
After that initial shock of that mystery powder, am I ripping on stimulant right now?
You are, and you take -2 to all perceptions checks.
Perfect. We can work with that. Okay, Tristan, or Raptor's just in Tristan's gauntlet, then just thrashing around.
Just tied to my gauntlet.
Just thrashing around. Not about it.
Well,
Sorry, this isn't normally what happens, but with our new addition, I think we need to keep an eye on him.
well, can I offer you, gentlemen, and a drink at least, or perhaps some supper? Yeah, I can find a small little tankard for your little fella. I'm sure we have a few around.
All right.
That
That
sounds
would
wonderful.
probably work too.
Do you have any fish today?
Oh, always.
Then I would love some supper.
Well, I'll leave you in Bethana's good hands. If you go onto the bar, you'll find her, and you can order whatever it is that you like.
What have you?
She steps away and begins to go around the tavern and kind of addressing some of the other tavern customers, kind of getting them drinks as well. Bethana looks like has noticed your presence and begins to kind of get things straightened up for your arrival at the bar.
I kind of swat Kaj on the shoulder, like, why didn't you where have you been hiding her the whole time?
Well, Kaj wanted to keep that one to myself.
Clearly, from the purring. So what are we going to do about our little friend here?
Well,
Can I do a stealth roll to see if I slipped out of Tristan's gauntlet before he held me up?
You can do a. You can do a. What is it? You can do a stealth check to try to get out of his grasp.
Okay. Perfect.
tied
If
to
I
the
if I
line.
just fall straight to the ground and take damage, that is a-okay. That's a 2 plus 11, 13.
Actually, scratch that. Do a athletics check to try to get out of his grasp.
Oh no.
Do I need to make a roll too?
No, it was
you-
a nat 1. You don't.
You
Raptor is bound.
You manage to, as you try to weasel your way out of his gauntlet, you somehow confuse up from down and down from up, and you get just a little bit deeper into his gauntlet.
I'm gonna hold my
Classic.
arm up and just so we're like face to face and be like, if you don't knock it off, I'm going to unlash you and tie you to the inside of my boot. And I've been on the road for weeks now.
Well, that seems quite unnecessary. I just want a drink.
We'll get you a drink. Just stay in one place and stop flittering about. You're gonna get stepped on.
Raptor points at the table with the drinking contest and says, "No, that drink." And starts flailing about trying to get to the drinking contest.
Hey, my friend. I will take you to the drinking contest, but I have a fun thing in mind. Could we have some supper first?
Well, before we do anything, we need to say our hellos. Clearly, a place is being made for us.
So, how about this? I take you to the drinking contest after we eat some food. Yes.
Add in untying me right now, and you have a agreeable deal.
Do you agree to stay put?
Yes. He says very shiftily.
I don't trust him. He stays in the gauntlet.
Hey Tristan, how about we at least switch it to a leash? How about that? Raptor?
You
What
will
do you
not put me on a leash.
Ooh, I almost
You
put
will
him on
not
leash now.
do that. I am warning you right now. That is a horrible decision. You are pushing your luck with this gauntlet as it is.
Really, what are you going to do?
I cast.
Oh, God.
you muted yourself.
Yeah.
I cast. What is it? Animal allies.
Oh
The
no!
one that brings
no!
an ass load of bunnies in here. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll summon all of the forest creatures right now, and neither of you will have a chance with that beautiful lady.
I'm going to unsheath my knife and just point it at his gut.
Hey,
Like, not even my actual dagger, just like the little eating knife, and just kind of point it to it. Like, put the tip of it under his chin. Like, really?
Tristan,
We're doing this now?
Raptor, there's no need for this violence.
Then
don't think-
untie me.
I agree. I don't think we need to keep him tied. He is a free, well, not person, but he's free.
Remember what happened the last time we let him go free, and didn't he just? Can I tell that he just snorted a line or not?
Oh, there's definitely dust all over his face.
I'm pretty sure he was getting into some stimulants again.
We are a free society. Nobody should be chained up like that. If he wants to snort whatever that is, and go run into the table and get stepped on,
running amok about the tavern.
But I will tell you, Raptor, if you stick around for a meal, I will personally go with the drinking contest with you, and we will have a grand old time.
Standy Claus, you are as great as the legends say. Thank you.
What do you say, Tristan?
I'm gonna regret this. I like cut the little leads that I've tied to my gauntlets with just with the little knife.
The tiniest of string.
Yeah, just literally just like not even just like an actual cut, just kind of twist the knife and then just
Yeah. Just pops the thread open. Raptor's gonna move back over to Kaj.
All right.
He's sitting on Kaj's shoulder, behaving pretty well, but just breathing very fast and hard.
All right, you managed to make your way over to Kaj's shoulder, and you kind of are only just kind of hanging on by the hood that kind of flops over his shoulder as he kind of moves. It kind of sways back and forth, making it a little tricky to maintain your perch, but you seem to maintain it just fine overall.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Maybe we should get him a teeny tiny perch to put on his on one of your shoulders.
He seems to be doing fine as long as no one tries to swat him off my shoulder.
Like a parrot. Just a little perch. Anyway,
Maybe a sea perch.
nah.
All right. So it looks like the drinking games are kind of continuing, along with all the other bar games around the tavern and inn. The odd looks that were given you a moment ago seem to have returned to their own tables and to their own drinks and plates of various bits of food. Right now, you're just kind of standing in front of the doorway and kind of looking about oddly. And the longer you stand there, the more kind of looks of oddity that seem to kind of draw towards you, and then the gaze then kind of falls away in kind of a awkward sort of manner from some of the other patrons.
I go to the what is it, the bar to go get something to eat. I'm guessing these two are going to go to the drinking games, so I'm just going to kind of leave them to their thing.
Can I look around for any signs of either rats or mice in this establishment?
Oh no.
Roll a perception check.
Oh, these dice are terrible. That's going to be a 3 plus 12 minus 2 because I'm ripped on mystery. 13.
This establishment appears to be an exceptionally clean and well-kept place where you can not find any sign of droppings nor other signs that there are any kind of rodents or infestation occurring here. Not even bits of food really on the floor. It seems like even the floor throughout the day is pretty well kept to ensure a lack of rodent infestation here.
I slump back down onto Kaj's shoulder then.
So I'm gonna go into a corner where no one can hear us to talk strats with Raptor.
All right. We're going to go to Tristan heading towards the bar first, since that he called that out first. So Tristan, you make your way towards the bar, and behind the bar you find yourself looking at a elderly halfling woman that with a white of hair kind of looped into a bun, small spectacles that rest just on the tip of her nose. Wrinkle or kind of wrinkly smile opens up, and you can kind of see that despite her kind of aged look, it looks like she has pretty well kept and well maintained teeth. No missing teeth nor yellowing of teeth. And she seems very happy to see you and kind of really anyone coming up to the bar. And she seems very, very kind of generally joyful. You kind of get this aura and this kind of mode of kind of just joy emanating just from her very presence. As she kind of as you walk up to the bar, she kind of calls out once you're a few paces away. "Oh, what would you like, little laddie? Would you like a drink?"
I would love a drink, Bethna. It's wonderful to see you again.
"Oh, it's wonderful to see you. How are your adventures?"
Oh, they're coming and they're going, Things have kind of settled down since, the attack on Sandpoint. We've had a few jobs here and there. we're trying to just get settled and not cause any trouble. But us, trouble seems to have a particular fondness for us, so we seem to find ourselves in it more often than not.
Well, trouble always has a way of finding adventures, especially ones looking for coin in particular. But I'm sure you're having so much fun. Oh, just if I were a few decades younger, I might even join you.
Oh, come on, Bethna. You don't look a day over 40.
Ah, you're a dear. What can I get for you?
What's on the menu today? I mean, I'll take a tankard of ale, obviously, but what have you got in the back on the menu for tonight?
Well, let's see. Of course, we have the house stew. That's always a favorite. But we have some nice venison steaks. They were just harvested not too long ago. Ooh, nice and tender. We of course have some fresh fish. This. Let's see. Some pollock, salmon, of course. Salted fish, of course, if that's more your preference. But if you ask me, you have to try the stuffed mushrooms. Oh, they're to die for.
All right. Well, I'll take that ale, and I'll take a venison steak. I'll take those stuffed mushrooms as well. And Kaj recently helped me out on a very personal errand, and really, went above and beyond the call of duty when he didn't have to. Sort of correcting one of my foolish mistakes. So, get him a pollock and a salmon on me.
All right.
Ooh.
And would you like the house ale, or we have a few darker ales that you might like? A couple of spiced ales. Oh, they're so delightful.
Surprise me, Bethna. You haven't steered me wrong yet.
Ah, smart laddie. Just a moment. She walks through and grabs a couple of tankards, along with the couple of plates of stuffed mushrooms and venison steak from the back. She places the plate in front of you, with 5 sliced pieces of venison steak covered with a mushroom sauce, a creamy mushroom sauce, alongside 3 large stuffed mushrooms. These mushrooms are about the size of your fist, each one of them, and they seem to be stuffed with a kind of a white cream and white creamy gravy like substance, with a rice, kind of a cake on top, and heavily spiced as well. The aura, the very smell of this thing is invigorating. You kind of take it in, and you can kind of just feel the drool kind of come down the corner of your mouth. You're just so excited to dig in.
Yeah. All right. I kind of pushed Kaj's plate to this fish to the side and just kind of walked it his direction. But I just kind of take the mushrooms and steak. I'm like, I might not be sharing these after all.
The pollock and the salmon plate too is plated up very nicely. You have a nice piece of salmon about the size of a fist and a half, with cross-hatched grill marks and drizzled over with lemon and salt and pepper, and just a bit of kind of garlic slices as well. The pollock similarly is plated up and spiced in a similar manner, although it has sautéed onions that kind of garnish the top of it. She also places 2 tankards of ale in front of you. One she kind of slides a little bit farther towards you, and then the other one a little bit farther away from you. The one that is closer to you is a little bit darker in color, and it has little kind of looks like little bits of particulate on top. But as you kind of get a little bit closer, you can kind of smell the aroma of cinnamon and cloves and allspice, and and as you kind of get a little bit closer and you kind of take your first sip, you are awash with this spiced ale, unlike anything you've quite had before. It's a warming feeling that kind of fills your abdomen with a kind of a warm glow.
Tristan just sits there, like slowly taking in everything around him, and is just like, ah, yeah, life is good. Just kind of ruminates on that, and then he tucks in.
Upon all of these smells, Raptor's gonna pop up again and sees all this beautiful food laid out, and very slowly just climbs down Kaj's arm onto the counter, and is just observing, looking at this food, also drooling, particularly over those stuffed mushrooms.
And as you kind of begin to drool over the stuffed mushrooms, Bethana kind of turns back and kind of puts her eyes at about your eye height. So she kind of she doesn't really have to lower herself too much, being a halfling, but she nudges down just a little bit to get to eye height for you, and she kind of props her hands up on the counter and says, "Would you like a couple of stuffed mushrooms, little guy?"
Raptor just looks so happy and just wide mouth nods.
Wait right there. And she goes back and she comes back with a plate with one very large stuffed mushroom, about twice the size of Tristan's mushrooms, and just a single plate with a giant mushroom. This mushroom is bigger than you are, Raptor. And she kind of places it in front of you. She just kind of puts her hands on back on the counter, and she's just waiting for you to dive in and just enjoy it.
Stare at it for a good 5 seconds, and then look at her and say, "Thank you," and then jump on top of the mushroom and just start devouring it from the top down.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it. That's my mother's recipe.
Tristan would like probably say something snarky, but he's too busy eating himself.
And would you like a little tankard, little guy?
Raptor pauses on devouring this, ripping apart this mushroom, looks up, and once again, same nod.
Wait right there. And she finds about a thimble-sized tankard. It's about perfect for Raptor. You can grab it with one hand, and to anyone else, it would be a pretty heavily sized tankard for proportionally for anyone else. But for you, it's about perfect. You can grab it onto it and enjoy a drink, and it probably only contains maybe a few ounces of liquid. But she kind of slides it towards you and says, "Oh, I hope you like that."
I take a massive swig, and then once again, just kind of nod, "Thank you," and then go back to devouring the mushroom for about 5-6 seconds, and then I pause and look up and whistle. And as I whistle, Robin flies through the front door and drops off 3 gold coins on the counter, and then fucks right off.
That's quite a show. That's quite a little trick you have there, little guy.
Not paying attention anymore. Back to the mushroom.
Tristan's just gonna pick up his little tankard and just dip it back inside of his, and then just hand it back to him.
Raptor is pleased.
And while this is going on, Kaj, what are you doing?
Well, I might as well mow down on that stuff too.
All right.
He smelled the fish.
As you walk up to the bar, it looks like there's a plate of salmon and pollock already made ready for you, along with a tankard of the house ale.
Why, Bethana, you didn't have to do this for me. Thank you.
Oh, you don't have to thank me. Thank your friend, Tristan.
You are my new favorite person at the party.
You earned it. You earned it, my friend.
So about halfway through your meal, you notice Actually, let me bring this up. About halfway through your meal, you notice kind of a man walking up to the poster board that it sits on one side of one of the exterior walls of the tavern. This board is typically filled with various types of wanted ads, usually for mundane work, laboring work, a couple of wanted ads for people of interest. You notice that he puts on begins to hammer in a nail to post a new piece of art parchment. Everyone roll a perception check.
15.
22.
16.
So the man hammering the new piece of parchment is a pretty young man, about in his mid-20s or so. Short, kind of ruffled blonde hair with a short, moderately kempt beard. He has pretty chiseled features, and he's a pretty stout kind of guy. Very clearly a laboring type. Someone has worked with his hands for all his life. It's pretty obvious just by his gaunt and by his kind of relatively Spartan wardrobe, that he's of the working class of town. Let's see. Let's do this. As he kind of turns away, you notice that the sign that he put it up is a wanted poster. In particular, a wanted poster for dead, oftentimes dead or alive, but in this case, dead wolves that have been slowing the logging progression. The wanted poster reads, "Wanted, dead, for slowing logging production, wolves. Wolfpack last seen in the Mosswood Forest. 5 gold pieces per hide."
I, upon seeing this, drop my fork, and I urgently whisper my friends, "We need to leave now, please." Like as a favor.
You gotta speak up.
Say that again.
Oh, okay. I drop my fork and I whisper over to my friends, "We need to leave right now, please, as a personal favor. I will give you some food I have at the house, but I need your help."
One second, Bethna. Can we get some things to take these back home? Hang on.
Raptor somehow also noticed the poster as it was going up, and looks back and forth between the poster and his stuffed mushroom, and then takes one more big bite of stuffed mushroom and climbs up Kaj's shoulder and nods to him knowingly.
Thank you. And I'll wait for Bethna, but I'm fidgeting.
No.
like
Hey,
crazy.
I'll take care of things here. You go ahead and head back to the house. I'll just, when I get there, explain what's going on.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll go back to the house and prepare. We need to go.
All right.
As you begin to fidget around, you notice that the man that put up the poster kind of claps his hands a couple of times in front of everybody to kind of draw their attention. The bar kind of quiets down a little bit by a few octaves, and a few of the people, about half of the people, or rather the majority of people in the tavern, kind of draw their gaze towards the young man. The young man reads out, "Right, well, I've got an offer out for everybody that's so interested. Poster put up by, in the name of Titus Scarnezzi. We've got a little bit of a wolf problem out east of town. Anyone that's interested, go ahead and you can look up what I have on the poster for any kind of details, and any questions can be directed to me. I'll be at the Sandpoint Lumber Mill most times, but the long and short of it is having a bit of trouble with this pack of wolves in particular that are causing some troubles for the logging parties, and anyone that is wanting to earn about 5 gold per pelt can bring the pelts to me, and we'll make sure you get paid and have you on your way. Again, if you have any questions, I'll be at the Sandpoint Lumber Mill. And
Oh, my character is doing everything in his power to control his rage. And
I'm going to
but his,
kind of put a
his-
hand on
the-
Kaj's shoulder and just kind of glance at the door, like, "Well, I'll like go," like while everybody's distracted.
Okay, I'm going to stand up and walk towards. Is he roughly on the way to the door?
he is.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
I'm going.
Uh-oh.
The board itself is right next to the front door.
Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye to Bethna, trying to act very, very normally, doing my best. I'm marking him as my prey. So I'm trying to give off a very calm demeanor and whatnot.
Roll a deception check.
Dope. Hold up. And he is my prey, so I get +2 on deception. Yeah. Oh, let's go. 28.
As you walk by and try to act calmly, the man kind of turns towards you and says, "Oi, what's your problem?"
I rolled a 28.
Yeah, I know.
As that's happening, I cast ghost sounds to just behind the dude's head, and it's just a very faint whispering voice that says, "Father."
Am I right next to him when he does this? Am I right next to the dude?
Yeah,
the
this
dude?
is as he's talking to you.
Yeah, you're about 5 feet from the guy,
yeah.
Kaj.
Does he turn around?
He kind of does a half turn, seeming kind of confused. Yeah, he does kind of a half turn away from you, and he kind of continues the turn a little bit. He's no longer looking at you directly.
Cool. So I'm gonna walk past and just continue. No, I'm gonna take a step closer, not like directly next to him, but I'm gonna get within arm's reach of him for a potential pickpocket. So I'm gonna take that step and see if he turns back or keeps listening to the voices.
It looks like he's kind of turning his head back to where he was, kind of towards the people sitting and drinking at the tables. He's about a quarter turn away. He can kind of see you on his in his peripheral vision.
Okay. I'm gonna address him then and be like, "Yes, something is not agreeing with me. I just wanted to be a little closer to the door for some fresh air."
Roll deception.
That is 22.
He just kind of scoffs at you and says, "Yeah, well, all right." That's fine.
So get it. So I'm
Fine.
gonna. Cool. So I'm gonna take one step out of the door, and whisper to Raptor, "Hey, can you get a very good distraction for him? Don't hurt anybody. Don't hurt anybody. But can you give me a distraction to
Raptor.
bring his attention, preferably his direct attention, away from the door and away from us?"
Raptor listens very intently, and it looks like he's having a hard time understanding without hurting. But eventually, Raptor nods and says, "All right, then." And I'm going to go ahead and once again ghost sound with dancing light. So little light flash in front of the dude, and ghost sound just says, "Why did you leave me?"
Oh shit.
There should be a will save for that, right?
Let's see.
I should have asked for that before, but I forgot. Because it's a shoot, what's it called?
Create an auditory illusion of simple sounds, maximum volume equal to 4 times. Okay, so no words for this. You can't create intelligible words. Okay, hold on. What else can we do here?
Oh, you can't make intelligible words. That's weird.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, we're just gonna do ghost sound still from right in front of the dude's face, and just let out a wail that is equal to 4 normal humans shouting. That should draw his attention.
All right. From in front of the man, a ghastly, ghouling wail erupts and fills the entire tavern. Everyone in the tavern looks towards the man and looks kind of in the direction of the wanted posters. The wailing continues and echoes through the chambers. Few of the patrons stand up, weapons drawn, ready for whatever might come. After a moment, the wails kind of dissipate and begin to drown out. And after a couple of uneasy moments, the rest of the patrons kind of look around, unsure what to expect next. While this is happening, what are the 3 of you doing?
Cool. So while the whale, as soon as the whale starts, I'm gonna dart back in, acting like I'm responding to the whale, and step right behind him, and see if he notices or if he's focused on the whale. You could call that a stealth, even though I'm kind of jogging.
Are you trying to stealth?
I am trying to stealth, but in a way that's like natural. So I'm darting in as if I'm reacting to the. So it might be a deception, I guess. My goal is to remain unnoticed by him.
Roll a stealth then.
Cool. 18. No. Yes. 18. No. 16. 16.
He has not noticed you. Move
All right.
behind him.
So I'm gonna go ahead and use my pickpocket ability, which is specifically it's called pickpocket, but specifically I can palm or steal an object that's closely guarded, such as in a pocket, without taking minus penalties. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm going for the easiest thing on his person. Literally anything. I just want to scent.
You're just kind of going in his pocket and grabbing whatever.
Or if there's something on his pack that looks like a handkerchief on his pack, literally anything.
Doesn't look like he's wearing a pack.
Okay. So
He's wearing a pretty simple kind of autumn cloak with simple leather pants and kind of a workman's tunic.
Okay. Do I see anything just by looking at him that would be easy to steal? Anything in a loose pocket?
So he has the hood down, but he kind of has this long cloak that goes down to about mid-calf, which covers most of his back. He does, however, have a couple of pockets in the front that are...
in the cloak? In the nice and baggy pocket of the cloak?
No, on his on his pants.
Are they baggy pockets?
Moderately baggy. They're not slim fitting, but they're not really loose either.
Okay, I'm gonna peek and try to grab something specific. I'm not just gonna rummage in his pocket, but I'm gonna peek around and see if I can spot anything to grab.
Yeah, you see a bulge in his pocket. Looks like there's something in there.
It's a trap. Bulge in his pocket. It's a trap.
Yeah, that's a trap,
Don't
dude.
grab that. Don't grab
It's a
that.
trap. That no.
This is a dick?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay.
No, it looks like there's something in his pocket. Like
Okay. I'm gonna go for it.
Damn it.
Mm,
Roll a thievery check.
well, yeah, I'm gonna do it. My cloak's up, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. And that is 28.
All right. From behind, you manage with your left hand to just lift his cloak enough where you can reach your right hand around him and slide your right hand into his right pocket and ever so gently lift up the contents of the pocket. After you grab the contents, you kind of push the cloak back into place, and you look at your
Oh, never mind, I'm sorry.
you look at the contents in your hand, and you find it to be a sharpening stone that might pretty typical sharpening stone that you might use to sharpen a bladed weapon or an axe or a hatchet. Really, any kind of bladed tool.
Okay. Then I am going to stealth out of the building.
What was your stealth?
My recent stealth check roll. Ooh,
Yeah.
It was 18. I'm just leaving now.
Okay. You managed
plus 2 though, so 20.
All right, you managed to leave. You managed to leave, but you noticed that a couple of the patrons kind of had your eye, was kind of watching you as you were leaving.
That's fine. They can't prove anything. All right, cool. So now that I'm out, I'm gonna, assuming there's nobody watching me still. I'm going to jog to I want to say general store, wherever I would get a cosmetic, like a face mask kit.
Most of the shops are closed now. It's kind of the late evening.
Don't you go breaking into anything again.
Dang it.
While I'm on Kaj's shoulder, I telepathically ask him, "What's the plan?"
Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. We got to get back to the house. I'm going to start preparing. We need to go into the woods because my family they're in danger. Those wolves on the wanted poster, they were my family. They raised me. We can't let them be attacked. We have to save them.
I look you in the eyes and say, "The family of Standy Claus is family to me." And then I whistle, and as my bird approaches, I say, "I'll keep watch." And then I jump onto my bird and take to the skies.
All right.
That is strangely wholesome. Like, it's weird as shit, don't get me wrong, but it's
Raptor
really
might be completely batshit crazy, but he has a soft spot in his heart for Standy Claus.
Oh, his heart's gonna be broken when he finds out the truth.
It was that beautiful Schwinn bike that Standy brought when I was 12.
Aww. Did it have the streamers on the handles?
Oh, you know it had the streamers. The big old banana seat, too.
Yup.
It was a literal banana. All right, I'm on my bird. I'm flying around.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna race back to. I'm in a good jog, not alarming jog, but a good jog. I'm gonna go back to the house.
All right. You make it to the house, back to the house with ease. Tristan, what are you doing?
I'm just packing up the food and wondering, kind of like, I get the sense that that Kaj is on edge and that something's up, but I don't really know what, especially why, because it's a I'm like, we've seen a ton of contracts like this before. It's like wolf killing. Like this is almost like pest control. It's barely a step below, clearing goblins out. Like why would this put? I'm like asking myself like, why would that put him on edge? As I like tie up all the meals and like down my ale and say my goodbyes.
All right. You say your goodbyes, and are you heading? What are you doing after that?
I'm following back to the house. Like I figured I'd just pack everything up and then just take it back because there's no use. At the very least, we could finish the food back home.
Mhm.
All right.
So I guess I just head back to the house.
Hell yeah.
All right. So you make it back to the house. Looks like Kaj is already there, and Raptor also has kind of made it back to the townhouse.
Cool. So the first thing I did when I got to the house was I found a glass jar or some sort of sealed container, and put that rock in to contain the smell. The stone that I stole.
You
To
you put
preserve
it. You put the jar in, or you put the
The sharpening
sharpening
stone
stone into a jar?
into glass sealable jar, or any sealable object I can find.
Okay.
To preserve the smell.
Okay.
What little smell there is on it. And then next thing, I'm just gonna start packing up my shit to go onto the like into the woods on like to pack onto my horse. I'm getting my saddlebags all ready. I'm leaving a note for Outramir and Ciro telling them where we went.
Okay.
I'm gonna come into the door and kind of put the food in the pantry and go up to Kaj and be like, what in Iomede's name is going on?
Okay, Tristan. It is about time I told you. I don't know if I have yet or not.
Alright.
But my long ago when I was just a wee lad, barely a young little Kashit. My family was murdered. The Yeet clan was yeeted, if you will. So after that, I went into the forest and I survived for as long as I could, which was not long, until a family of wolves, a wolf pack. They saved me, and they rescued me, and they raised me. And my whole life up until recently, I've been with them. So I owe them my life, and it is time to repay the favor. I need to protect my family, and I need your help if you will spare it.
I wish you had told me this a little sooner, but if you need my help, you have it. I understand what it's like to owe somebody a debt of honor, and I understand what it's like to lose your family and not want to lose the second one.
I appreciate you, Tristan.
So if you need to, where do we need to go and what do we need to pack?
Well, my family tends to roam the woods not far from here, to the northeast.
Right.
Based on the fact that they are attacking loggers, according to that post, I think the first place to start is along the river, in that forest along the river. I should be able to find them quite quickly. My cougar companion Puma is quite adept at sniffing them out.
Do you think that we could just tell them that they need to leave?
That is the plan. I'm going to go there and give them that warning.
All right.
But I also need to send a very serious message to the first poacher that comes after them, so that way they can spread the word among other poachers that these wolves are protected.
There's only so much. It's tricky. If these are members if these are citizens of Sandpoint, we're just as sworn to them as we are to your family. We can't.
Yes, but we would not allow murder among fellow villagers of Sandpoint. If we had a murderer coming after another villager, we would send them the same kind of a message, far more so. If anything, they would go to jail. Here we're just giving them an incredibly stern and clear warning, not that no one else will come after my family.
All right. And
while that conversation is happening, can I do a perception check from the skies to see if there's anybody who's leaving the bar right after that announcement was made?
Nice.
A roll perception check.
Dirty 20.
All right. Looks like people are kind of moving in and out of the bar, but doesn't look. Yeah, people are moving in and out of the bar pretty regularly. Nothing really piques your interest in particular, though.
Cool. I'm going to keep just flying around and looking for anyone heading to the woods.
All right.
Cool. Well, with that, I think the course of action is to leave at first light. So we need to prepare for tonight. I suggest we all wear masks, some disguises for when we are, or actually, we can use the same wardrobe we used during our thievery expedition. That will work. So I'm going to grab my thievery kit, or my disguise kit, and take off that night.
I just go and grab the cloak that I was wearing before and throw it over my armor. And then just put the sword that I was using the last time back in the armory and just reattach my, bastard sword back to my hip because I'm like, I missed it so much.
All right.
Cool.
You guys are going to bed for the night then? Getting ready?
No. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, if no one has, seems like they're leaving immediately. We have time. We can take first light. We have the advantage. So I'm going to go into the woods and call Puma and let Puma know the situation.
All right. You spent about an hour getting your way outside of the woods, far enough from town to call Puma, and after a little bit of waiting, Puma returns to your side.
Cool. I'm going. So Puma, we our family is in trouble. I need you to go there, track down my family, and come back. We will be taking the main road along the river. Find my family. Meet us along that road. We will be there in the morning.
Puma seems to understand what you're saying and kind of jets out in the direction of the river.
Cool. And I'm going to go back inside, make sure the horses are going to be ready immediately in the morning, and go to bed until like the very first light, like a little bit before first light.
All right. Looks so you're checking out the horses?
I'm prepping them so we don't have to.
So the horses are in the stable right now.
Yeah, we'll rest up and we'll get the horses when we head out.
Cool.
Tristan's just resting up, just kind of prepping his gear and like, all right, well, I get the feeling we're going to spend a lot of day in the saddle. I want to get a good night's sleep in.
All right. And Raptor, what are you doing?
Patrolling until I see Kaj heading back, and then joining him back at the house.
All right. So the three of you make it back to the house. It is kind of early night, midnight, or so at this point. At this point, you rest up to and awake before the break of dawn. It's maybe an hour or so before the break of dawn.
Cool. What time do stores open? Dawn?
Most stores begin to open up about dawn, about sunrise, maybe in an hour or so after sunrise.
Okay.
Some of the shops in town, like the bakery, they're open before sunrise.
Okay. Okay, so Tristan, would you mind prepping the saddlebags for both of our horses? I'm going to go to the store and get some facial disguises to make sure that nobody has a chance of recognizing us, because these are people likely from Sandpoint. They might know our faces.
All right, so you're making your way to which shop?
Whichever one has disguise kits.
So kind of thinking about what you've heard around town and kind of going by your own intuition, you would hazard to guess that probably the best place to start would be the general store. They usually have a little bit of everything, and if they don't have it, the shop owner might know where to find it.
So I'll go there.
All right.
There's just the one general store, right?
There is just the one general store.
Rip.
All right, so you make it to the general store. It's still a little bit before dawn. The morning light is just kind of beginning to peek over the waves as you make your way to the general store. It looks like the shop owner is just beginning to kind of place things out in front of the store, and he hasn't quite really opened up yet, but he sees your approach and kind of opens up the door for as you kind of make your way through the doorway. Let's see. Venvinder, the local general store owner, kind of welcomes you as you come through. He's very kind of very gaunt, very very stout kind of character, with a kind of a grizzled brow and long kind of a curved nose that almost like hooks over his lip. His beard, this large black beard, comes down to kind of the mid-chest and covers his entire face but his upper lip. The man himself is quite large, probably weighing in the 300 plus pounds range. And he actually has to kind of reorient himself in order to hold up the door or prop up the door and allow just enough room for you to make it through the doorway. Oh, it's a wee bit early, don't you think? But is there anything that you're looking for? Wouldn't normally be up and working this early.
Well, yes, I'm going on another adventure. Like to get a good start on it. Do you by chance have any like makeup kits for sale, like a disguise kit or maybe some fancy makeup?
Well, I do have a couple of disguise kits if that's what you're looking for. Hope you're not planning any mischief.
Oh no, sir. We're just going on a bit of a disguise, and I have some in-laws in the town that we're going to. I don't really want to say hi to them, you know.
Roll a deception.
Cool. I'm marking as my prey. Yeah. Uh, 19.
He kind of curves his brow a little bit, but he kind of shrugs his shoulders and kind of waves his hand as he makes his way deeper into the shop. He kind of moves around a couple of chests and opens up one chest and says, this is what I'm looking for. Well, I've got a couple of disguise kits. Got a regular disguise kit. That'll run you about 2 gold pieces. And then I've got an elite disguise kit. That'll run you about 40 gold pieces.
Wait, 20 or 40?
Regular disguise kit's only 2 gold pieces, and the elite one that'll run you 40. Little harder to come by. Much better items for making yourself look a little bit different than you normally do. I'd probably recommend that. Try to hide up those ears of yours.
Yes.
And you got that furry face. That'll be a challenge. You'll probably want the elite.
Okay. Is there any like specific buffs for the elite?
So the elite gives a +1 to disguise, I do believe. +1
like
to relevant checks. The
okay. Okay, checks out. Yeah, I'll buy one of each.
All right, one of each. That'll be 42 gold pieces. And would you like any cosmetic replacements for any of those? You'll need that to use it more than I think it's once.
Ah, yes, that would be fun, definitely.
All right. Well, for the regular disguise kit, the replacement's only 5 silver pieces. The elite, though, that'll run you a little bit more. That one will. Excuse me. Regular disguise kits, that'll replacement. That'll run you 1 silver piece. The elite, that's gonna run you 5.
Well, that sounds like a deal to me. I'll take 2 replacements each.
All right. 1 disguise kit, 1 elite disguise kit, 2 cosmic replaces for the elite, and 2 for the regular. That'll run you 43 gold pieces and 2 silver pieces.
It has been a pleasure doing business with you, my friend.
Certainly. Now, don't you may be getting into trouble with those.
Oh, never. I would never dream of it.
All right. He kind of continues to set up his shop as you kind of make your way out the door.
All right. And as soon as I'm out set, I'm gonna jog over to the stables.
All right. You make your way to the stables. It too does not seem to be kind of fully operational yet. In fact, the stable hand is not out just yet, but it looks like the horses are well fed and well maintained, ready for a ride whenever the need arises.
Sick. Dope.
At this point, Raptor and Robin are just chilling on top of the stable. And Raptor's kind of just staring off into nothingness.
All right. Tristan, what are you doing?
I've kind of accumulated all my possessions, my belongings, and just kind of packed them up, and I'm heading towards the stables as well. I guess just kind of carrying the saddle under one arm and just all my stuff packed up and ready to go, just figuring I'd meet them there at some point.
Yeah. Saddle is usually just stored at the stable.
Yeah, then I'm just walking with all my stuff back to the stables, just like, all right, I guess I'll meet them there.
All right. So Kaj makes his way to the stables, and then right behind him, Tristan is kind of right behind him. Looks like Raptor is also hanging out on the roof. It doesn't look like anyone's quite managing the stables just yet, but the horses are ready to go when they're needed.
Cool. Let's ride, my friends.
All right.
Yeah.
Go grab the horses. I guess we mount up and get ready to go. I guess you're flying. We're riding.
Yeah. Raptor doesn't seem to really notice you guys approaching. Just really staring off into nothingness.
All right. So as the two of you ride off, Raptor just remains on his perch.
Wait, where's he perched? Can we see him?
Roll perception.
23. Oh, 22.
Tristan, what's your perception?
20.
You both know. Oh wait, Raptor, are you stealthing or just staring?
No, I'm just right on the edge of the roof, just sitting there, not hiding.
All right. Kaj, you notice Raptor on top of Raven. Tristan,
Robin.
Robin on top of Robin. And Tristan, you kind of see a silhouette that you think is Raptor and Robin, but you're also not 100% sure. It could just be a seagull.
Gosh, is that our little friend, or is it just another seabird?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Raptor, we're leaving. Let's go.
Raptor kind of snaps out of whatever trance he appeared to be in, gives an enthusiastic thumbs up down to the ground, and mounts up ready to roll.
All right. So you make your way outside of town and onto the Lost Coast Road. Is there anything that you talk about on your stroll? You're pretty much silent the whole way.
So you were raised by wolves. I thought that animals in the canine family and in the feline sort would be natural enemies.
That is a common misconception. If you have a respect for all of nature, then there's no reason any animal will have anything specifically against you.
All right.
Robin's gonna land on Kaj's horse, and Raptor and Robin just chilling on the horse, hitching a ride.
Right.
I'm gonna ride a little faster and get a little bit ahead so I can whisper to Raptor.
Wow. Okay.
No offense. I'm doing it subtly. I'm just like trotting ahead.
Okay. Tristan, roll perception.
Ha! The dice said fuck you. That's a natural 20.
Oof.
All right. Tristan, you get the feeling, kind of a tingle in the back of your neck that something is being held from you. Some piece of information or something just doesn't feel right.
I'm gonna play it cool, but just kind of listen, and just kind of seem like I'm following, but listen into their fucking conversation.
All right.
Do I notice him listening?
You do not.
Okay. Does the telepathy? Am I able to use that if you're touching me, or is it only you can talk to me?
I can talk to you through that. You've got to say words. I can't. I don't think I can read your thoughts. Let me verify that real quick.
Damn. Pretty sure it's a one-way ticket.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Okay. Is it too metagamey if I speak in Druidic?
You could speak in Druidic.
Cool. I'm gonna speak in Druidic.
There's nothing stopping you.
Cool. So speaking in Druidic, I'm going to tell Raptor. Raptor, so the plan here, when we get there, I'm going to tell my family that they need to go away and live somewhere else, away from this logging, until I can do something about it. However, we need to send a message to whichever poacher comes here first. So I am absolutely happy with any means necessary that is not lethal, only because we need this person to send a message back that these wolves are protected and nobody will mess with them. Do you agree with it? Or
Raptor listens to the whole thing, but is kind of shocked the whole time you're talking, and then just says, "Oh, it does make sense that Standy Claus would be a druid, doesn't it?"
You heard me speak Druidic before. It was just a phrase to Puma.
I was ripped on poison though when that happened. I didn't
that's
really
right.
realize. Yeah.
Shit.
But Raptor kind of looks and nods and is kind of confused about you speaking Druidic, but understands the message in the game plan and says, "I have friends for that," and then turns around, sits down, and just looks forward.
Excellent. Oh, by the way, Tristan, I bought you a disguise mask.
Oh, did you now?
Yes, we don't want to be recognized by the people that probably know our faces.
Okay. So did I hear him like speak in Druidic?
You heard him speak in a. Actually, roll a lore check. Just a straight lore check. Unless you have linguistics
Let me
or something similar to it.
Yeah, let me check. I have multilingual, which is a heritage thing.
I think
I
that just
remember-
grants you additional
Yeah.
languages. It doesn't grant you the ability to identify languages.
I'm pretty sure. Yep.
Okay.
Let's see.
So roll a straight lore check. So that'd be a regular
Yeah,
lore.
that's just a straight lore. I don't have any modifiers in that one.
So that would be just plus your intelligence modifier then.
Yeah, so nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, one half of my stats have actual bonuses. The other one are just big goose eggs.
Gotcha.
I got a 19 though. So
You hear a garbled kind of an eloquent language, something akin to being elemental.
mhm.
It sounds like you might have heard a couple of root words here or there, but nothing that you can really understand or really make any kind of heads or tails of.
Mhm.
It sounds like something that maybe you heard, but probably not. Suffice to say, you don't understand what the two of them are saying.
Okay. Can I perceive like I know that they've spoken in a different language, and can I perceive the tone in which they're kind of speaking?
Roll I'll let you keep that last perception. You can identify it as kind of a hushed tone, kind of a almost a half nervous or calculated tone, but beyond that, it's hard to tell.
I'm just gonna take the mask and I'm just gonna keep playing it cool. Like Tristan is aware that they're basically that like is kind of like something else is happening here. I don't know what, and clearly I'm not supposed to know what, but I'm gonna keep an eye on this and we'll figure that out when we get there. Like he's suspicious, but it's not enough that like he's distrustful, but he's like, wonder why they said that they can't do, wonder why they need to be in cahoots and not mention anything to me.
And then just to clarify, the disguise kit is not a mask. It's more of a small wood box with kind of a couple of false like a cosmetic kit,
Like
false like mustaches and wigs and spirit gum and things along that nature. Something that you might find in like a back room of a theater or something like that.
Tristan's
Not a mask. It's not a Mission Impossible mask. No.
Tristan's got a COVID mask from the last mission anyway, so we okay.
All right. All right. So you kind of ride for about an hour out, and kind of the sun is kind of been up for about a half an hour or so, something like that. And you can now kind of finally see out into more than a couple hundred yards in front of you. You can actually see kind of down the at least the clearing of the road. Are you following you're following the road on the river, correct?
Yeah. Let me look at the map real quick. Is that going through the forest?
So there's two roads. One which leads on the Lost Coast Road. That's kind of the main road that leads north, direct out of town. And then there's another one that leads just north of Devil's Platter. That one pretty much hugs the Trandle Fork River pretty much all the way until you hit
Okay.
Mosswood. That's more of a side road, a less maintained road.
But it's going past Tickwood. Yeah.
Hmm?
So our end destination is most likely Mosswood, because that's where my family lives. But as long as we're going through Tickwood, we'll kind of search it. Yeah, let's go on the southern most one, just across on the north side of the river.
You're going that hugs the Tandle Fork Road, what is it? Trander Rock Road River.
I don't know how maps work.
So
The Tarandarock?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that kind of hugs the river on the north side.
Okay. So that's a bit less maintained road. It's more of a working log road, really, or kind of a side road, kind of a farmer's road. But one way, kind of one lane for most of it, with kind of areas to pull off to one side if there's kind of two carts that are going in opposite directions. After spending about an hour on that road, you make your way to about the about halfway through the Tickwood area. So you're about halfway between Raven's Roost and Lebstors.
Okay. Hey, Raptor, would you mind sending your? I haven't seen Puma yet. She clearly hasn't found my family yet. Would you mind sending your Raven to search these woods just north of us, the Tickwood Woods?
Looking for your Puma, yes?
No, looking. Well, my Puma as well, but mainly the wolves. Any wolf pack. That will be my family.
Raptor was once again kind of zoning out until Kosh started talking, and then just nods, and whispers to Robin, and then Robin takes off. And Raptor's gonna hop onto Robin and go with her.
Okay, sounds good. And we continue on. Unless anyone else has anything.
All right.
I'm periodically calling out to Puma and my family in case they're in earshot.
Okay. You don't hear any response yet. All right, so then you continue on the road for a bit longer, and until you make it to the Lebstors hill range, kind of a low mountain range, more of a oversized hills, really. And at this point, you're kind of beginning to hear a couple of felling of trees in the distance. You can kind of hear the clatter and sound of men working, a couple of shouts here and there, and the road itself seems a tad rougher, a tad muddier, a tad heavier, a little bit more heavily used than some of the road that you were on before.
The hair on the back of my neck stands up, but other than that, I didn't do anything.
All right. Everyone. No, you don't need a real perception. So, kind of continue on, and you can kind of see, and you can now hear in a greater volume, and begin to see some of the loggers working on some fellen trees that lie at the edge of Mosswood, and kind of pick up near the adjoining hill ranges and mountain ranges, nearing the river to your right. looks like they're, after felling a couple of trees, they're using axes to clear away some of the larger branches, and then latching the timbers to these kind of leather and chain sleds tied to mules that are kind of used to move the timbers from deeper into the wood towards the river, where you can kind of see some of the wood is actually being floated down the river towards the mill in town. It looks like you've kind of drawn the attention of a couple of the loggers, but they quickly return to their log splitting and kind of clearing of branches off of the main timbers.
Seems a bit orderly here, lads.
I whisper over to Tristan, "This is the kind of atrocity that I wish to end in my lifetime."
I'm
Not
going
to-
to take a look around to see if like the logging is excessive, like if it's beyond what is needed to like maintain trade and make sure that there's enough wood to build house. Like I'm trying to see if like Kaj, like, you know, if this is the atrocity Kaj thinks it is.
Sure.
Roll roll a perception check.
That's a 16 in total.
So it looks like they are logging pretty close to the river. It seems that they're predominantly targeting logs that are right alongside the river.
Mm-hmm.
You induce that that's just to make a shorter trip from the felling site to the river itself. There's certainly you can certainly tell that the area has been cleared out over the last few years or a few decades. Some of the area has certainly seen a lot of newer growth. Some of as kind of areas have been clear cut, and you can see kind of new growth, new trees, and new underbrush being kind of growing in naturally. Quite a bit of undergrowth in particular is growing closer to the river itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then the farther and farther you get away from the river, it seems like the cutting is a little bit more recent, so they're kind of pushing farther into the woodland. It seems like they're mostly doing clear cuts, so you can kind of see for in most cases hundreds of yards or sometimes thousands of yards from the river, kind of clear cut and forests that that were once there have kind of been felled and left to grow on in their natural at their natural rate, but no real planting or tree planting at all. But it certainly seems that they are pushing farther and farther up the river, trying to find whatever the closest logs are to the river in order to use the river's flow to their advantage.
Well, people need wood for shelter, Kaj. That is a trade and an industry that will, as the world keeps going, only increase. That being said, where I called home before I came to these lands, we didn't have as many forests here. We did our best to preserve the wild places and substitute where we could. From what I can tell, a lot of old things may have been lost, so I can understand your burden, my friend, but make sure that before you set on a course, you have clear goals in mind. Otherwise, you'll find yourself adrift as those logs are.
Yes. I understand this. I do not wish to end the logging industry by any means. I understand that it is necessary for
No,
the people
these
of Sandport.
gentlemen definitely seem to be. Well, there's always more. There's always. I mean, you can take, but you can also restore. There's always something that can be done.
Yes. However, this bastard Scaranetti has never restored these lands. He just takes and takes.
Who
This
is
man, Scaranetti he's the leader of the logging family. He was very powerful in the politics, from what I've gathered. He does not replace any trees that he falls. He does not do anything. He just attacks. And now he's going after my family. He's going after the lands that he steals from. He's now going after the beings living there. Unacceptable. It is my dream in this time in Sandpoint to. I think the most likely way to do it is to replace Scaranetti as the leader of the logging industry with someone who is more conservative. I also have dreams of being able to plant trees using magic, but that won't be for some time that I will be able to do that. But if I could eventually find a way to make this more sustainable via magic, that would be fantastic.
A worthy endeavor. One I'm sure you'll be able to. I'm sure you'll be able to achieve.
For the time being, though.
For the time being, we'll settle with investigating further, saving your family, and maybe doing something about all this.
Yes. This is not over, but when we save our family, I intend to take the fight to Scaranetti peacefully if I can.
If you wouldn't, tell me what you know about the man. I might be able to help. I have some experience in politics.
Yes, that wonderful. I don't understand the rules here. All I really know about Scaranetti is he is powerful. He is quite wealthy, and not very reasonable from the people I've spoken to.
Okay.
I have not managed to get an audience with him. I plan to eventually. I don't really expect that to do much because, from what I've heard,
I would ask. I don't know if you know or not, Kosh, but has his family recently come to power? Recently earned their money through trade, or have they been established in the business for a while now?
Oh, I do not know this for certain.
So you just from being in town and kind of being in Sandpoint for some time, you know that the Scarnetti family are one of the 4 founding families of Sandpoint, and they are very influential in town. They own quite a few, kind of between the 4 families, they own the major businesses, kind of the major industries of the town, and have quite a bit of political sway among the 4 of them. In fact, just by living in Sandpoint for some time and kind of being in Sandpoint for a while, you know that each of the 4 families has so much influence that they have each family has a permanent seat in the town council. A 7-seat council, 4 of which have permanent seats, 1 for each family.
Yeah, this is a old and established family line.
Exactly.
But
if I could ask your help, I don't understand the politics of this land, but something needs to be done.
Well,
they can't go after my family like this.
Well, here's the thing. Applying these two in a way that I can understand it, noble lineages and old houses have, a lot of the times you'll find these houses great in wealth or great in name. When they're great in name, they're great in pride, even if they do not have the monetary means to support, delusions of grandeur. So their pursuits are generally sought in the pursuing of material wealth to live up to their name. Those who have wealth but not necessarily title nor status are continuously trying to prove themselves worthy of the upper echelon of society. So they're constantly stressed with maintaining appearances. In that, they sort of show their hand and their weakness. They believe that the more ostentatious their presentation is, the more they will be accepted into the uh, upper classes. But there are rules, there's etiquette, there's methods of navigating society and politics. It sounds like this individual has both. I mean, Sandpoint is a very prosperous city, but it isn't exactly a cultural. I mean, compared to some of the larger cities, it's not a capital city per se. You're going to find greater politics and greater scheming in other places on the continent. They're very big fish in a small pond in their area. Ergo, why they were able to accumulate some power. However, they also have the wealth to back that up. That means that they can bribe city officials, make fair payments, or pressure tenants to sell because they have the money to, sort of throw out their problems. However, those advantages can also be weaknesses. What happens when you encounter individuals who have no need of money? And generally speaking, if you're the largest fish in a small pond, you're not used to competent competition. We can do something about this, but right now I think we focus on the task at hand. I'll have to do a little more looking into it, I'm a knight, Kosh. I know swords more than I know society, but I can do what I can. I'll try my best.
Well, you clearly know far more than me, so I appreciate your expertise in this matter.
Tristan kind of like rubs his neck bashfully, and he's like, I had a good teacher.
Indeed. When we pass by the nearest logger, I'm gonna say hi. I'm gonna talk to him.
All right. Looks like there's a couple of loggers that are. Looks like they recently fell the tree, and they are kind of chopping off the limbs, getting it ready for transport via the mule to the adjoining river.
Wearing my hood, I may shout over. Greetings, friends. We are passing through to hopefully claim this recent bounty on these wolves. Do you know anything about their location right now?
What was that? You're looking at the wolves.
Yeah. There's been a bounty placed on them to help you find loggers out. Do you know where they might be?
Well, we try to stay away from those loggers. Suppose you could talk to the foreman. But it's about damn time that the Scarnettis dealt with that. That was been a bit of a problem recently. Don't even want to go out at night, take a shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Those wolves are a real menace. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Both of you roll deception checks.
Cool. I'm marking this motherfucker as my target.
Actually, yeah, both of you rolled deception.
I rolled a nat 20, so I'm good.
All right.
Hell yeah.
And
17.
Okay. They seem content in the answer and kind of point you towards further up the river, towards what looks kind of on the edge of the wood, kind of what appears to be kind of a logging camp, kind of a mix of various small shacks and kind of what appears to be a meager dwellings.
Cool. After this interaction, I could use a restroom break.
All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break then,
Right.
And we'll take about 5 or so. And we're back. All right, so you are continuing down the forest road alongside the river to your right, and you kind of on the edge of the wood, you see what appears to be kind of a logging village, or more accurately, a collection of shacks and modest dwellings. A few of them, in fact, most of them, seem to be spitting out a bit of smoke from the kind of put together chimneys there. It seems that a couple of them, most of them seem from the outside seem to be one building structures. A couple of them seem to be a little bit bigger than the rest. Seems to be kind of a meeting, kind of a small meeting hall, a stable, and various storage buildings kind of scattered around the logging village. The closer you get, the more kind of hustle and bustle you're hearing. There's quite a few loggers kind of going about their business in the little logging village. Most of them are kind of making their way out of the logging village, presumably to continue the logging operations. While there's still a fair number kind of hanging around and maintaining the premises. The building that the previous logger that you spoke with kind of pointed to is a little bit bigger than the rest of the buildings. It seems to be sort of a staging building or a small meeting hall, and it's kind of its greatest distinctive factor between it and the rest of the buildings is a large rack of a 5x5 point elk, antlers and skull kind of hanging on the crest above the door.
Well, that's just gaudy, isn't it?
The hair on the back of my neck rises.
I'm gonna look over to Kaj like, you okay?
I'll be fine.
Raptor flies back down to Kaj's horse at this point and lands and rejoins the group. And just kind of gives him a knowing look of despair.
Did you see anything up there, Raptor?
I just shake my head. Mm-mm.
Well, thank you for that. You may want to crawl into the pack and stay hidden for the next encounter. We don't want everyone to know exactly who we are.
You're our secret weapon, and if anything you can warn the others if anything happens to Kaj or myself. We can handle ourselves in a fight. We don't want to, as fearsome as you are, my little friend. We don't want to have. If we're distracted worrying about you, we'll fall short.
Well,
Raptor cannot detect whether there was any sarcasm or truth in that. So he takes the fearsome bit and is like, yeah, and then the liability bit and is like, oh, and and then gives you a look, just kind of stares for a second, and then smiles, nods, and climbs into the backpack. And as he scrambles up, you can barely hear him mutter, "They'll fucking see about fearsome."
Tristan just looks back to the road, just more confused than he was before. Just like, okay, I don't understand him.
And I whistle to Robin, and she takes off into the sky.
Cool. I'm just gonna whisper back and tell him we need to stay incognito for this nasty interaction.
Perfect. At this point, if I have not already, I would like to cut the smallest of holes through Kaj's backpack and the back of his tunic so that I can touch his skin while in the backpack, therefore enabling touch telepathy.
Are you trying to do this stealthily or to Kaj's knowledge?
Nah, if he finds out, he finds out.
Yeah. If I do, I just look back and I'm like, well, that's fucking Raptor, I guess.
Yeah, Raptor doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, Kaj, you kind of feel a little bit of a movement in the back of your neck as Raptor's kind of cutting a slit in your hood, and you feel kind of icy cold touch on the back of your neck, right on perfectly situated on a vein where it has the maximum potential of icy chilledness.
Ooh, I don't like that.
And
Let's go in.
maximum potential of telepathy.
All right, well, shall we go in?
All right, as you kind of put your hand towards the before we do that, for the record, you guys don't have disguise kits on, just so you know.
No, I've got my hood up and I've got my scarf like around my neck, so my armor is just kind of covered up. But other than that, if I keep my hood up, I just look like a garden variety human because my funny eyes are covered.
Okay.
Yes. Come to think of it, Tristan, would you mind not just going in yourself and just asking where the prey is? I don't know if I want everybody.
You want me
I'm pretty noticeable.
You want me to ask them where
Seeing
which direction the wolves have gone?
Yes. I tell them that you're one of the bounty hunters, or hunters, or poachers, or whatever.
Of course. Yeah, I'll go take a thing of it. In the meantime, then I'm gonna unbuckle my sword and my shield and hand them over to Kaj. Be able to keep an eye on these. They're going to feel far more at ease if they don't see somebody who's armed to the teeth with so quality weapons.
Smart, very, very, very clever.
I'm just gonna kind of strap my dagger over my waist and then just kind of sling my bow over, so I look kind of like a forester.
All right. So as you kind of make your way towards the front door, well, the front door actually opens to a large, muscle-toned man standing in front of you. Yep.
Oh, I hate him so much.
In front of you, you find a one-eyed man with kind of a scratchy beard and clearly unwashed hair, with a axe over one shoulder. Kind of behind him, a drape, a fur pelt, kind of to warm his shoulders from the morning's cold. Aye, laddie, haven't seen you around. You a new worker?
I'm taking an assignment actually. There was a notice posted to hunt the wolves in the area, and I'm a fair shot with the arrows, so I'm on their trail.
Kind of
Told to come to you.
roll a deception check.
Sweet. Do I have anything in deception? I don't think I would, but I've been surprised before. No. So that's just a straight 18.
Well, right then. You don't seem to have a bow with you. I don't know if you'll do much good out there without the bow, but
I pull it off my shoulder like. I pull it off my shoulder and hold it on the other side where his eye is actually there.
aye, there it is. Difficult seeing these days, you know.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I presume the milling incident.
Woodpecker.
What? Oh, well, vicious little creatures, woodpeckers.
Yeah, they're all right little creatures. He thought I was a big piece of wood, you know.
Nah.
Honest mistake. Well, he kind of raises his hand in order to shake your hand. Do you shake his hand?
Oh yeah, of course.
All right. Well, name's Dane Brook, foreman around here. I suppose you heard about the wanted poster that the Scarnetti puts on. Well,
when you step into the Rusted Dragon, still all the stop everybody from drinking and hammer it into the the floor, into the wall. It's a little noticeable, yes.
Bloody hell! Who did that?
Young chap, blonde hair, beard. Simple
Banny Harker. Yeah, that sounds about right.
He's a bit impetuous, really.
Yeah, he's a bit of a prick, that one.
Yeah.
But he's a hard worker, so
So you don't want me to rough him up a bit on the way into town?
yeah, probably not.
Uh,
Yeah, he does his best. He does what he can.
well, you can work on shit timing, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I suppose it's a good thing Scarnetti did something about the wolves, but he said that you put up a wanted poster. Is that right?
That is correct.
Well, that's not exactly what I had in mind, but all right.
Between us, I mean, the Scarnettis, I'm sure they're fair employers and that your men do well. But between us working men, I mean, fancy pants nobles and their rich ideals aside, what's the situation here? You can trust me. What do you think the problem that needs to be addressed here? What do you need from me?
Well, I don't want to step on Scarnetti's toes. He's not one you want to cross. I'll tell you that.
Well, this conversation never happened, and what Scarnetti doesn't know isn't going to hurt him, is it?
Well, and he kind of looks around, and he kind of has to tilt a little bit more than usual in order to get a full 180-degree scope of the land, given the one eye. And he kind of grabs your shoulder and kind of has you walk behind one of the, not behind one, adjacent, aside one of the buildings. Well, between you and me, Scarnetti, he's a real prick. His
The
father.
elder, the son, or
What's that?
is it the elder or the son?
Well, Titus Scarnetti. He's yeah. You sure this isn't going to go anywhere? This conversation.
Of course. I mean, come on. Do you think that the high society types clean their fingernails with people like us?
Well, that's for certain. That's a certain thing. Well, yeah, Titus Scarnetti. He's a bit of a prick. Certainly not one you want to cross. I only managed to become foreman around here, frankly, because my predecessor thought it'd be a good idea to ask for a raise, and I just happened to be the next man in line. Not exactly a job that I wanted, and not exactly one that I like, but try to keep the boys in line, try to keep them fed and happy, and a couple of golds in their pockets, and try to do good by them. But, well, anyway, I asked Scarnetti for a couple more guards just to patrol the area at night in particular, kind of keep the wolves at bay. A couple of torches, walking around, that should have done the trick, but apparently he took my advice, or he didn't take my advice and decided to post a wanted poster altogether just to eradicate the poor souls. Yeah, I don't really care for the wolves myself, but I don't have anything against them either.
There's something to be said about something trying to exist.
Well, certainly.
Just trying to make their way as much as you and your men are.
Well, certainly, and well, haven't seen wolves here and there. Frankly, the boys get a wee bit scared at night in particular, and I think it's really gotten to their heads. But a couple of them threatened to stop working if I didn't do something about it, so I told Scarnetti to send me a couple more men to just patrol the area, but apparently he didn't like that. Just wants to kill the buggers. But nothing I can do about that. Once Scarnetti makes a decision, it's hard to pull back on that. I certainly don't have sway with him in that regard. But I suppose I'll have to honor that contract. So if you're here for the wolves,
is Scarnetti back in? I mean, you'll have to forgive me. I'm a bit of a wanderer here. I recently arrived looking for work, and well, this is my trade. It's what I know best, and I mean, seemed a good opportunity. My drinking money was running low. You understand?
Certainly understand that.
Of course. And,
No, Scarnetti, Titus, that pillow-loving prick. No, he hasn't been down to the logging camp in probably since he was a boy. Well, anyway.
And is he the head of this family?
Aye.
I have a small knowledge of the families down there. He's the head of this family now, or is?
Aye, he is. Titus. He certainly heads the Scarnetti family, and
Oh, you can call it as it is, brother. He's a pampered little twat who thinks that because his father spurted his seed in his mother, and he came out between a gilded pair of legs. He's entitled to the world. We've met one, we meet them all.
well, that's certainly one way to describe him, but wouldn't disagree. Although I will say, well,
Come on.
at least he's not as bad as his father. His father was even worse, if you can believe it.
I'm not quite sure I can. What did his father get up to?
Well, this was a wee bit before my time, but I heard that Armand Scarnetti attacked a band of Varetian about
Alexa, hush.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, this was a bit before my time, but I've heard stories about Alman Scarnetti, his father. He attacked a band of Varetians that were traveling from Magnamar to Sandpoint, or perhaps it was the other way around. It was about 45 years ago, and apparently slaughtered a lot of them. He came back saying that they were planning on attacking Sandpoint, and of course, everyone
don't attack unless provoked.
Well, that's certainly the case, but when you have the kind of sway that the Scarnettis do, well, and it's hard to argue with that, especially when he's backed behind a legion of spears and swords. So no one really questioned it, really. Plus, he has the Valdemar in his back pocket. So the Valdemar family, if you're familiar with them, the shipbuilders. Well, Scarnettis, they supply the wood. The Valdemar need the wood, build the ships. So it's not doesn't take a genius to figure out who owns what. Yes. Frankly, only the Gaijutsus and the Deverans have the gall to go up against Scarnettis, but no one's willing to cross them in full.
Is that the family with that fine wench in the tavern?
Aye, Amiko. Yeah, she's a fine lass. That one.
Really? Okay. I noticed that on my way through.
Yeah. Well, she had a difficult childhood, and she's done well for herself. She owns the local inn, my personal favorite, the Rusty Dragon. But yeah, you probably heard what happened about a month ago, where her father tried to overthrow the government, or she was part of it at least. And
I heard then some heroes, some hero types.
Yeah, well, thankfully they figured out what was going on before it became a problem. But Lanjutsu and his son apparently, well, they were trying to destroy Sandpoint with a goblin horde out their back. But thankfully we had a couple of local citizens take care of that for us.
I hope they continue to protect the Sandpoint.
Well, you and I both. It's living in fear, not a way to live.
No, by no means. Speaking of, is there anything else you could tell me about these wolves? Anything else that I should know?
Well, only that they've been spotted farther east of here. If you follow the road up and go into the wood a bit, predominantly in the mosswood, but if you keep on going farther, you'll find what the boys call the wolf's wood. The ways out, quite a ways out. Wouldn't recommend going that far without a proper map, if you know what I mean. Easy to get lost out there. It's not too many people out there to help you out of a bind.
Of course.
But if you ask me, I understand what you're doing. I understand you need to make a gold piece here and there, and a couple of gold piece for a pelts. That's a hard thing to say no to, but not the way I'd make a living. If you need work, logging's a good living.
I have a bit more. Well, I have a bit of. I have some things that need doing.
I understand.
The road isn't exactly the life I foresee myself taking for, the extent of my years, however many I have left. But there are some rights that need wronging, and for now, the path is how I can atone. But in the near future, if I look for work, I will remember your offer.
I understand. Well, if you need steady pay, come and see me again.
Oh, speaking of steady, you might want to move your men away from the more older forests. The more of those older trees are able to grow, the more acorns and so off they're going to be able to shed, increasing trees. And the further you go into that forest, the further away from the river you're going to be, and the more troublesome your transportation is going to be.
Ah, so you do have some logging experience.
I dabbled in a little bit of management.
Well,
from where I came from.
You sure you don't want a job around here? Like I said, I kind of just found my way into this spot and into this position, and could use a couple of knowledgeable folks around here.
Perhaps. I'll keep it in mind.
All right. Well, have a good day. And what was your name again?
Tancred. You can call me Tancred.
Tancred. Well, fine travels, Tancred, and hope to see you again. Next time, maybe we'll have a Tancred of ale together.
Perhaps we shall.
All right. Well, Tancred.
Tristan goes off and just regurgitates the information he learned to Kaj and Raptor.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we could all just become loggers right now and call it a day.
You shut your mouth.
Well, I think that if we're going to come back and we're going to take the offer, we're not going to work under anyone. We're going to be running this operation.
That was a super out of character comment.
I didn't
fuck
know
Marshall's whole campaign.
Going
fuck
off
Marshall's
on a
whole
tangent
campaign. Let's just be loggers.
Fuck adventuring. Let's just log for a steady pay. Settle down, marry
Roll a
local
chop.
girls, call it a day.
Roll to saw. Roll to mill. Raptor nods knowingly. But you can't quite tell how much of it he's actually understanding. He just kind of nods along. Not a whole lot going on in the eyes for you to tell.
Okay.
Yeah. Raptor. This Wolf's Wood. Kaj, do you think that would be the most likely place your family would be?
Yes, that is where they normally reside, is in the Wolfwood. However, considering the news that they have been spotted so closely, I say we just follow this road until we reach its end, and then continue through Mosswood onto Wolfswood, which is beyond that.
All right, so you continue down the road, and let's see. So after you leave the logging village and kind of continue down the road, the wood begins to thicken up a little bit more. It looks like this is an area that the loggers haven't quite gotten to yet. even near the river. It looks like they've only kind of gotten within a few hundred yards. They've only clear cut about couple hundred yards off of the river itself. The road kind of continues north of the river for a few more miles until you make it to kind of the edge of the mosswood proper. At which point you can. There's a small bridge that leads south and south over the river. Over the river, you can kind of see more clearings and farmhouses and fields of barley and pumpkins and squash and potatoes, and pretty much as far as the eye can see, really. Kind of a couple of rolling hills here and there, until you see at the very, very edge of the horizon a ridge of towering mountains that are some quite a distance away. It's at the edge of the horizon, but it's hard to tell really how far the mountain range is, or really how large the mountain range is.
This is good land, but it's definitely domesticated. I can't see your family staying here for too long.
Let me re-describe. So once it goes over,
I'm talking about like the barley fields and so on and so forth.
Oh, okay. So yeah, once you go over the bridge, the road leads left, kind of makes a left turn heading east, kind of alongside the south bank of the river.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to cross that. We want to stay in the Mosswood.
That's where the road leads. You'd have to...
Yeah, but if we cross the south... the Wolf's Wood is on the north side of the river, right?
You have a memory of it being on the north side.
Yeah, so to find my family, we're not crossing the river. We gotta stay. We gotta go through the woods.
All right.
Cool.
You going through the woods?
Yeah.
And Kosh, are you leading?
Yeah.
Roll a survival check plus advantage.
Also, say Raptor, do you wanna send Robin off look for some wolves? We're now in their territory. Also, if you see Puma.
Do that, yes. And Raptor gives a whistle. Robin takes off. Raptor hangs out on Kaj's shoulder.
Kaj, you mind if I get my weapons back?
Oh, of course. That's not a good roll. Yeah. Survival. So that's 13, not counting any advantage.
All right, you kind of stumble your way through the wood, kind of keeping close to the bank, but after a couple of hours, you find yourself in a large moor, a exceedingly large grass opening. Think of it as a large clearing between two major woods, where the wood that you're in begins to thin out into grasslands and fields, with at the horizon another stretch of wood beginning. That stretch of wood seemingly different color than the one that you are currently exiting.
Okay. Do I recognize this from living with my family? Is this like an area that we ever hunted in?
You do recognize it as kind of the edge of the Pax territory.
Are we going into the territory or out of it?
You're going into it.
Then let's continue.
All right. So you continue into the moor. It's pretty much a straight shot, couple of rolling hills, but the moor itself is only about a mile or a couple of miles across. until you make it to the edge of the adjoining wood. This wood, unlike the wood that you came from, is made of more pine and evergreens rather than oak and seasonal timbers. You remember this as being referenced as being the wolf's wood, kind of the far wood that is kind of farther away from Sandpoint and civilization than the much closer mosswood. You can even see, now that you are a little bit closer, the tops of a mountain range, a massive mountain range, kind of a coastal mountain range that is some 10 or 15 miles off, but appears to be thick and exceedingly difficult terrain.
Cool. Is there any smart, preferably birds, but any animal in the area, like crows, anything like that? Anything intelligent at all?
Roll perception.
Oh boy. 20 or nope, not that. 13.
You see the kind of very high in the air. You see what appears to be a turkey vulture circling around.
Perfect.
It seems to be kind of circling the moor, looking for something to consume.
Hell yeah. One of the smartest birds in the fucking world. I'm gonna call out to it. Hey friend. I have a question. I have some food if you want it. Got some fish.
Is he saying this in common or?
I'm speaking Druidic.
Oh, okay.
The turkey vulture kind of slowly and very methodically circles around a couple of times and kind of gets a little bit lower. Is kind of doing this spiral farther and farther down until it kind of gets within about 100 feet of you. And then it finally lands about 50 yards away from you and kind of does a little bit of a hop walk in your direction. Not quite sure if it's going to get close to you, but is kind of waiting for any kind of food or reward that you promised.
So I'm gonna start off by tossing him one of my salted trouts.
All right. How far do you toss it?
Close enough that you can reach it.
Like 10 yards from you?
Yeah, I'm trying to give it to him.
Okay.
I'm just giving it to him.
All right. So you toss it about 10 yards in front of you, and he kind of like walks over to you and kind of begins to consume the salted fish.
Welcome, friend. I was just so I'm looking for my family. You might have seen them around. There's a pack of wolves. If you know where they are, I'll give you another trout.
Yeah. I saw him.
Oh yeah, where'd you see him?
Yeah, over there.
And he kind of uses his beak to kind of point toward in a easternly direction, kind of up towards the edge of the wood, the everwood.
Hell yeah! Thank you so much. Also, have you seen a cougar in the area?
Yeah, cougar. What?
No. Have you seen one?
No.
Okay, cool. Appreciate the help. Here's a trout as promised.
And he kind of grabs it out of the air and swallows it in like one gulp.
Cool. I'm gonna look back to Raptor and ask in common tongue, did you catch all that?
Sure did.
I didn't.
Oh, sorry, Tristan. I was just asking the bird if he'd seen the wolves.
Had
And he said-
the bird seen the wolves?
They apparently, yeah. Turkey vultures are very smart. So
Yeah,
I
I've been,
trust it.
I've been following them. Good,
You,
good for 'em. Follow the wolf. Let have fun.
true.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
so a bit of a meta thing here. Garrett just had an intelligible conversation with the turkey vulture just in Druidic.
Yeah.
Because he could. So my speak with animals spell that I have to take 2 actions to cast.
Well,
Does that mean I can get some high level interaction?
I believe it does. Kaj took a different feat, like a feat, in order to speak intelligently with animals using Druidic.
Ooh, okay.
Yours is more. You can speak Druidic, but your speak with animals is more magical in nature.
Okay.
Kaj's is more
Comprehend languages, maybe?
linguistic in nature.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's the only reason I use Druidic. It doesn't actually have any benefit. It's just I feel like it makes more like it matches the animal's vibe better. And
Sure.
that's what I grew up using to talk to them.
So our powers combined, we can communicate with the whole forest, baby.
Hell yeah.
I didn't realize that I was dragging Captain Planet and his sidekick along here.
Y'all just wait to find out who the sidekick really is, though. Bum bum bum.
You wouldn't make good old Standy Claus your sidekick, would you there, Raptor?
Well, it really depends on how this interaction goes as soon as we find the first poacher.
Hell
And when he meets the real Santa Claus.
Yeah, that too. That is going to ruin me.
Oh yeah. We run into any other cat person. Hell yeah. All right, well, I say we continue on in the direction that our vulture friend offered us.
You're the one talking to the bird. You would know.
Hell
All right. So you continue on your way through the now predominantly pine wood. The smell of pine, unlike the smell of oak, fills your nostrils, and it has a almost a kind of a what's the word? I don't know, piney smell to it, I guess. So as you kind of continue forward, you can kind of now begin to hear the howling of wolves, and you hear a wolf howl and a wolf howl, and it's getting closer and closer, and they're kind of like audible on top of each other. Kaj, roll a perception check.
Cool.
Actually, everyone roll a perception check.
Tristan's drawing his sword regardless, but okay.
24.
25.
14.
All right. Tristan and Raptor. Raptor, you don't really recognize it as much other than multiple howls on top of each other. Tristan and Kaj, however, recognize it as being a sound of a bit of a feeding frenzy, as if a pack had just recently made a kill and is now feasting on the flesh of whatever animal it is that they found. The sound itself sounds like it's coming very, very close. You know that wolf howls tend to echo, or not echo, but the sound tends to drift long distances, but just based on the sound and how loud it is, you have a inkling feeling that's probably within a mile, half mile even.
Cool. I'm with. Yeah, was back to my friends. It's all right, my friends. They just sounds like they just made a fresh kill and are eating right now. But we still gotta get there quick because these howls might be drawing unwanted attention.
So
Let's go. Full speed.
All right.
Stick close to me. We don't want them thinking that you're there to hurt them.
Survival check. Kaj. Just Kaj because he's leading. And take -2 because you're going fast.
Shit.
Cool. Where the fuck is survival? That is 22 -2, so dirty 20.
All right. You follow the sound of the howls, and because there's kind of howls on top of howls, you're able to pretty well distinguish the direction of that they're coming from. And after about half an hour of tracing through the woods on top of your horses, you come across a small clearing and a pack of wolves, these large, massive timber wolves, just ripping and rawing at this downed elk. This half-eaten carcass is just being ripped apart, guts flying everywhere, blood on the ground, bones kind of curling up in and being bitten and snapped and cracked as the pack is just ripping into this carcass.
Don't think I need to eat anymore.
A couple of
hungry.
A couple of wolves, as you kind of come through on your horses, look your direction and start growling instinctively. As soon as the rest of the pack notices their movement, the rest of the pack kind of turns in your direction and starts to growl.
Hand rests on the sword, but I look to Kaj like, look, dude, either say something or I'm not gonna apologize for defending myself.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. My friends, my family. Don't worry. It is just me. We all come in peace. Me and my two friends. I feel like I have a benefit when calming animals, or that might have been a different character.
Roll a diplomacy check.
Cool.
I should have had you roll the diplomacy check with the other one, but I forgot.
Oh, natural 1.
Oof.
Right.
Marshall, don't you dare sick my family on me. Don't you fucking do it. My
Happy
character
birthday,
will be
motherfucker.
absolutely
Happy birthday,
traumatized if his own family were to attack him. Oh, also, are these my own family? There should be more than one pack, right? This is the same.
There's.
Are they?
It does appear to be your own family. You can identify them as your own family.
Don't you dare make them murder me. I will not defend myself.
I don't think it's
even if I
you need to
survive,
worry about.
My character won't be able to go on. It'll be done.
I'm gonna do need to worry about, dude.
All right. You.
Oh no.
As you kind of begin to speak, the pack kind of begins to break off, and it kind of breaks off into 3 smaller groups. One that kind of goes into the right and circles to your left, and the other that breaks to the left and circles to your right. A third that kind of moves slowly in towards in your direction, straight forward. And it looks like the pack is kind of beginning to circle you on 3 sides.
I'm a whisper to Kaj. I'm a whisper. Hey, Raptor. They apparently don't believe that you two are friendly. Can you talk to them?
As you're asking that, Raptor is getting on to Robin, clearly about to fuck off into the sky because he does not like the situation.
Tristan is going to grab him by the wing, like, blood in, blood out, motherfucker.
What?
Raptor, roll a reflex save to avoid getting grappled.
Perfect.
Do I have to roll anything?
That's the first good roll of the night.
Roll a. Roll a athletics check.
Oh, you're fucked.
The save was 26, so good luck. Raptor's off the scene, dude. No, as before
I'm a
before he
9
even
in athletics.
before he even tries to grab, I hear Kaj talking, and I pause my evasive maneuver and turn around and say, "What was that, Standy?"
That
My
was a
my
17 plus 9, by the way. So
Nice.
26.
Nice.
Okay. Uh, my
Wait, so
so
that was
So we
26
tied.
and Raptor.
It was
Oh,
26. Yep.
so tie goes to the attacker, which in this case would be Tristan.
ooh, nice.
Okay.
But
I-
Tristan, out of midair, grabs Raptor as he's trying to flee from the situation, and grabs him by a single wing. And it's exceedingly painful because it's a very delicate wing. It's almost like the wings off of a fly. Like
they're not
you
fully formed yet.
and Tristan's just wearing
They're still
gloves, so it's
young.
not even like he's grabbing it with a finger. He's grabbing it with something on top of something.
yeah, it's a very uncomfortable scenario for Raptor.
I turn my attention first towards Tristan for a brief moment, and then see him just stare at me with that exact face, and then turn my attention towards Kaj.
Friends, relax. We don't want to get my family startled. This is my family after all. But they're not trusting of strangers. Raptor, can you please speak to them in your tongue so they know that you are not a threat?
Oh, I suppose so.
I'm just gonna let him go after that one.
Before Raptor even begins to speak, you hear a great bellowing howl. Ow!
Shit.
And then from behind the carcass, you see a white wolf, pure white. Its muzzle still caked in blood, kind of dribbling onto its chest. And the rest of the wolves stop in their tracks, unmoving. This white wolf circles around the carcass and joins the center group. The center group of wolves part in the center as this white wolf moves forward. This wolf, clearly the alpha of the pack, is moving forward and looks at Kaz directly in the eye to eye, and lowers its head just slightly in a faint understanding.
Hell yeah. Don't worry, my friends. Do I recognize? Is this my mom?
This is your father.
Oh, don't worry, my friends. This is my father.
That's it.
Yes.
As you say that, Raptor cannot pick up on social cues whatsoever, and knows that you just asked him to tell the wolves you're friendly. So Raptor just stands up and, speaking to animal, can obviously tell the white wolf is important. Just says, "Hello there, friend. We come in peace. Please don't eat me. I know I'm very small and appetizable. However, me and my two larger friends here, we come in peace." Basically just babbling to this wolf that already knows what's going on.
The wolf moves up to Raptor, no fear whatsoever in its eyes, and looks at Raptor, sniffs it, and kind of breathes on Raptor. And Raptor, you kind of get a breath of this smell of raw and like rotting meat, but more than anything, just a curdling of blood from the mouth of this massive timber wolf. To put this in perspective, this timber wolf is probably the largest wolf that any of you have ever seen. And if you didn't know better, you would say it was a young dire wolf, like a very, very young, like a yearling dire wolf. That's how big this wolf is. And it kind of looks at Raptor and says, and kind of grumbles back, "You don't smell appetizing."
I'll take that as a compliment then, innit? it? And Raptor kind of nervously backs on up.
Just Tristan kind of like pulls him closer, like, okay, buddy.
I'm just gonna go in for the hug. I miss this dude. Oh, I miss my dad.
The wolf kind of remains stoic, unmoving, keeping its eye in particular on Tristan. A very untrusting eye on Tristan.
Tristan does Tristan notice this?
Tristan definitely notices the glaring giant wolf looking at it.
Tristan's gonna put his hood down, probably like one, because Raptor can now scuttle in there too. And then is just going to stare like deadpan. Is just gonna stare back at the wolf like, you might think you're bad, but I'm no slump either.
The wolf, while Kaj is hugging the wolf, begins to growl. It's
not really a challenge, but it's like, look, I get that you're dangerous, but so am I. You're not gonna kowtow me.
It's noticeably growling, and then the growl begins to echo with the rest of the pack. Now the entire pack is staring at Tristan, growling, and a couple of them are they're all kind of showing their teeth in a very aggro sort of way.
Raptor whistles and jumps on his bird.
Damn it.
Friends, family. Relax, Tristan, calm. They won't hurt you if as long as you don't challenge them. And my family, these are my friends. I've brought you to them in good faith.
What do you do, Tristan?
Tristan's just gonna remove his hand from the pommel of his sword, but he's like, all right, I guess we're gonna go with the cat dude's plan for the moment.
Do you stop locking eyes with the wolf?
He glances away, but he doesn't like incline his head or something, but he's like, all right, I'll stop staring you in the eye, but I'm not fucking I'm not showing my throat.
Okay. So with that, the alpha lowers its lips, no longer showing its teeth, and ceases growling. The rest of the pack echoes the movement. Now the rest of the pack is just kind of continuing to uneasily stare at Tristan, but more like keeping an eye on him, while a couple of the pack members come up to Kaj and begin to like lick Kaj on the hand and kind of like on the upper forearm in a affectionate sort of way, as if a dog would greet a old friend, not a master, not an owner or a master, but a friend that they haven't seen in some time.
Cool.
And the rest, those that do so, begin to wag their tails.
Tristan's just gonna dismount and keep an eye on things. Plus, this way I can slap Longshanks on the ass and be like, all right, horse, get out of here.
Hell yeah.
While this is going on and I'm up in the sky, I'd like to do two things in this order. One, look for stimulants. Two, look for poachers.
Roll perception.
God damn. 3 + 12, 15.
You do not find any stimulants in the air, shockingly. And you don't see any poacher. You don't see anyone moving in your direction from your vantage point.
Fair enough. I will continue circling up above and keeping an eye out for any stimulants that might wander into the area.
All right. I'll duly noted. I'll let you know as soon as stimulants arrive.
Perfect.
Priorities, clearly.
Excellent. I'm gonna address my father and tell him the entire situation.
Okay.
How smart is this direwolf? Like, am I able to like talk normally the way I could to? I grew up with this wolf, right? So can I talk normally like I would to Puma?
You can talk as if you would to Puma, and it will, depending on what you say, will understand or not understand the
Okay.
nuances of what you're saying. So
Cool.
the more
here's what I'm saying.
complicated and detailed you get, the more difficult it might be for it to understand.
Okay. So I'm just gonna keep it very simple. Many poachers after you. Friends pointing to Tristan and Raptor up in the sky, and me here to help.
You don't have to be quite that basic.
Cool. All right. There's a lot of poachers after you. There's a lot of them. So me and my friends are here to help. So here's the plan. We need to use you to lure them in and single out the first one that comes here, make an example so they don't come back. Afterwards, I need you to leave the area, go a little bit deeper into the woods. These loggers will attract this kind of attention. Does he understand?
It seems the wolf appears to understand, and it in a almost in a era of personification, it shakes its head and replies, "Risk my people, I will not."
What's going on, Kosh?
I'm not quite sure. Father, would you like to send your pack out deeper into the woods now? We would be happy to stay here and take care of the first poacher that comes along.
Do, my son, do what you like, but I will not risk the pack. We will move farther north, away.
Excellent.
Actually,
Thank
he
you,
doesn't
Father.
say north. He says we will move farther away.
Perfect. Thank you, Father.
Wasn't that legitimately all we needed to get done?
Yeah, I was hoping to use the wolf, the entire wolf pack in this attack, this ambush, but
Mhm.
can't have it all the time.
Who needs a wolf pack when you have 4,000 field mice?
I mean,
Yeah, buddy.
guessing that's your dad?
Yeah. So
He's kind of a prick.
cool. So I'm going to bow my head in acceptance of his decision.
He kind of licks you on the crest of your forehead in a gesture of wolfingly fatherly love.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
You kind of have a little bit of blood on your forehead now.
Sick.
Simba.
So I'll turn to Tristan and tell him. Okay, so here's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I've convinced the Wolf family to go further away from these loggers, so hopefully we won't run into this too much. However,
Well, that's
the
good. Doesn't that
poachers,
mean we can just pack up and go home then?
not quite. If these poachers, that's not 5 gold per pelt, is a lot of money when you consider how large this pack is. There's going to be some poachers and they're going to try to follow them. So we need to send a message to the poachers.
I don't necessarily think it was the poachers. I think it's Scarnetti. Kid's he's the head of a family. He's got a bit to prove, but according to the foreman, he's out of touch with how things work here.
He is, however, that kind of money that he laid down in name of my family, I don't particularly blame anybody for going after such wealth, but we need to make it clear that this is not a pack to go after.
And if people are going after the pelts to provide for their families,
I would happily pay them personally to not do so. However, if they've made the decision to poach for a living, that is their choice.
there's a lot of people less fortunate than we are, Taj.
There's a lot of other ways to make money. They could
Raptor
join. They could join the
swoops down and joins
guards.
the
They could.
conversation.
They could do many things to provide for their family. Poaching does not need to be one of them. They could join the military or do anything.
Some would say that living off the land is a right given to man by the gods.
I've lived off the land my entire life. You don't need to poach to do so. You hunt to survive, and that is it.
Therein lies the problem, isn't it? What people would describe as surviving.
Well, if you're just trying to make money, there's more ways to do that. If you're living off of the land, that's a different sort.
Raptor reaches out and touches Kaj and telepathically says, "There will be an example."
Hell yeah.
We're arguing semantics. Even if we were to wait here, how long until somebody you would assume would be a poacher shows up? We were the first to respond to that flyer. And even then, we have intelligence that they wouldn't. And if pack moves, how are they
Yes,
going to follow the trail?
but that bounty is not going to stop just because my wolf pack moves. They're going to go after them. That's a lot of money. 5 gold per pelt. That's 500 brews.
There's 100 members in your pack.
No, 5 gold, 1 copper piece per ale.
Hmm.
That's 500 ales
Ah.
for 1 pelt. And there's more than 1 pelt in this pack. It is going to draw attention.
Raptor says out loud, "We move back to town then, and whatever we see on the way, we deal with."
Fair enough.
All right. See if we can't find on the way back then.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Who's leading the group back to town?
I'm gonna be flying, doing forward scout shit.
Roll a Raptor. Roll a perception.
28.
Ooh. All right. And who is leading the ground? Tristan Kaj, who's leading on the way back.
Probably me because I know the woods.
Roll a survival plus advantage.
Oh man, I shouldn't be leading anymore. Natural 1
Ugh.
again.
All right. Hold on. I'm doing 2 things at once.
If we're going into battle, I could use another break.
All
I was gonna pee at some point.
right. Why don't we take another 5-minute break then?
Cool.
All right, and we are back. All right, Raptor, you are flying above the clouds and kind of keeping an eye on the area as Kaj, it appears, is leading Tristan the absolutely wrong way. It looks like he's heading north, and he's supposed to be heading west at about this point. Doesn't seem like he knows where he's going.
I'm gonna go ahead and swoop on down then and dismount beautifully from Robin onto Kaj's shoulder and telepathically whisper to him, "Standy, I mean Kaj, I forgot we're using code names. Mr. Kaj, are you quite sure this is the right way?"
Kaj?
It appears Kaj has become frozen on mute. There he is.
Okay. Sorry, I spilled. What was the question?
Are you sure you're going the right way?
Yeah, I'm
Well-
on your shoulder.
Well, I was. Yeah, You always go this way.
I'm not quite sure
Absolutely.
that's right. Standy, I know you've been delivering gifts for a long time. You must be getting quite old. I know memory might not be as good as it was, but Standy, Mr. Claus, I'm quite sure we should be going more west right now. Standy,
I don't know about that.
I have a bird. I can see the town. We should go that way.
Okay, if you want to go the wrong way.
What's going on up there?
Kaj, you agree
This dude's trying to
turn
convince me
west?
I'm going the wrong way.
Well, he has the bird, doesn't he? Wouldn't he be able to see the right time?
You can't tell a bird.
He doesn't know
I
this
mean,
place like I do.
he's always he's constantly getting high, but I mean, you can't discount a bird's eye view. Here, bring the falcon over.
I'm a cat.
To my arm.
Mr. Claus, Mr. Claus, we need to turn west.
Yes. Okay, fine. Let's go the wrong way.
Hey, sometimes different
if you say.
Sometimes different roads lead to the same castle. Maybe it's a faster way. We don't know yet. Let's blaze a trail, shall we?
Mr. Claus.
Against leave no trace.
Mr. Claus, I feel like this is an awkward time to ask, but do you by chance have my Moss gift ready?
Now is not the time.
I know, but Mr. Claus, I could really go for another dose right now. Do you have one on you, Mr. Claus?
As a matter of fact, I do not have any stimulants on me. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. I will search the ground, but remember, we go west. We go west, Andy. And I take off to the sky, even more traumatized than before, because now Raptor has it in his mind that Standing Claus is so old and senile that he's probably going to die soon.
My God. I can't even. Where did we find him?
You did not find Raptor. Raptor found you.
Why did we keep him?
Why are we going the direction he tells us to?
Because he has the bird's eye view, and because, Kaj, we passed the same tree like 5 times now.
Fine.
I don't want to get eaten by your family.
Wait, are you saying that all trees look the same?
No, I'm saying that particular one with the knots that look like a pair of tits, we've passed like 3 times now.
Nice.
They all have pairs of tits. You look at them right.
I'd like to look for stimulants from the air, please.
Roll a perception check.
God damn, dude. I cannot find shit today. It's a 15.
You are going through a cleanse, my friend.
You
just detoxing.
You see a very, very alluring.
I eat it. I go down and I eat it. I don't give a shit what it is. I eat it.
Fluffy cloud that looks like cocaine.
I eat it. I fly right the fuck through it, mouth wide open.
You get a very wide mouth of vapor water.
Oh my god.
You really are high.
The high of the opportunity is all I need. I carry on with forward scouting.
All right.
While ripped on cloud juice.
Sounds like a vape juice.
Kaj, go ahead and roll a survival check.
Cool. Redemption. There we go.
And Raptor, roll a perception check.
16.
Actually, Tristan and Kaj both rolled perception check after the survival check.
So survival 24.
I got a 24 on my perception.
Yeah, perception is 17.
All right. So Kaj is leading you back in the right direction, westward, back towards the coast and to Sandpoint. And as he passes by a kind of opening in kind of a clearing that kind of jets out in a couple of different directions, Tristan, in the corner of your eye, you see something that kind of sparkles and kind of catches your attention. You look at it and you think nothing of it, but you have an inkling feeling, maybe I should go take another look at that.
I'm gonna go take another look at that. Kaj, hold position for just one moment.
So
Sounds
you
good.
turn your horse to the left and you kind of go down the horse kind of naturally goes down this little game trail.
Mhm.
And you, in front of the horse, you see a little bit of kind of a grayish black alien item that looks a little bit out of place. And it's not until you're almost on top of it and you have to really crank back the reins on your horse that you realize what it is. And you see in front of you what appears to be a metal contraption with spiked kind of teeth that clamp in on itself. It appears to be a bear trap. Classic bear trap.
Shit.
And had you not pulled your reins back, because the horse was kind of naturally going down this
Mhm.
game trail, it would have gone hoof into it.
Longshanks, no.
Oh, wait. Do I see this?
You do not see it yet.
I'm going to pick up, like, is there a stick nearby?
There's many sticks nearby.
Okay, I'm going to grab a big stick nearby and I'm just going to toss it into the thing so it activates and snaps on the stick.
It snaps in on the stick and breaks the stick in 3 places.
Shit, I'm not fucking around. All right, I'm going to be like, Gosh, you might have something you want to see over here.
I come around the corner and I see the bear trap, and I am fuming. My hairs are straight up, and I'm just pacing and I'm just cursing and whatnot.
While he's
Some
doing that,
English,
I'm going to
some
do like
Druidic.
an investigation of the area.
All right, roll a perception.
Ooh, nice. That is a 27.
Hell
All right.
yeah.
You find that the game trail itself seems to predominantly lead north to south or south to north, and then it kind of curves in a little bit to the kind of a westward direction. It's not exactly a straight line. It's more of a just area that various types of game kind of use to quickly maneuver through the tall grass in the clearings between the wooding.
Do I find any stimulants? Any magic mushrooms?
Tristan, if you find stimulants, you gotta tell me. It's the law.
You find what you believe to be a aspirin tree, or an aspirin tree.
Oh shit! Okay.
Wait, aspen? Like
Aspirin.
the tree?
Like-
the drug.
Like
Painkiller.
or rather a willow.
Antihistamine.
Willow tree.
So
Okay.
you can see it. So you can start tripping off some dank ass tea.
Yeah, bro, get me on that willow.
All right, I'm assuming it's a willow tree, so I'm just gonna respectfully, because I know Kaj is out there.
Actually,
ranting like crazy.
just to for the sake of consistency, roll a nature check.
I don't don't think I have anything
to identify it as a willow tree. You think it's a willow tree.
Yeah. 15. I did get that 27 earlier.
You think it's a willow tree.
Fuck it. Let's take a little bit of the bark.
Is willow a known stimulant?
It
Raptor would know this.
Actually, I think it's considered depressive.
Oh shit.
I would not know that then. As
I
much
think-
as Raptor loves being fucked up, stimulants and alcohol only.
Well, alcohol's a depressant.
Yes, but that's the one exception that Raptor makes
Oh, okay.
because it's readily available.
I gotcha.
Oh, that makes it even better because that'll be Tristan be like, here, have this stimulant.
Perfect.
Raptor's like, why am I mellowing out? Tristan, I don't know. Maybe try a little more. Just straight up Chekhov's, just Chekhov dogging him to detox.
Dude, Raptor's already like fucked in the head right now trying to figure out what's going on. You're gonna give him some fucking depressants right now too. Under the
Well,
false
getting a
promise
high
of
isn't working.
stimulant. Oh, this is about to be so good.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right. Anyway, so I collect a little bit of that willow bark.
All right.
Cool. And I guess I'm just looking at Kaj and seeing where the trap lives. Like, what do you want to do with this?
I would like, if you're okay with it, I want to set up a perimeter here. I can give us a 1,000-meter warning if anyone comes through here.
Okay.
And we wait.
1,000 meters. That's what that.
Trapper and
That's what that
or
allows.
1,000 feet. 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet. Yeah, meters.
It's a tripwire that we can hear 1,000 feet away.
I think. What was the name of that trap?
Warning snare.
I just want to make sure it's not. Just want to make sure that it's 100-meter radius.
100 feet, rather.
100 feet.
100 feet.
That went from 1,000 meters to 100 feet.
1,000 feet.
But yeah, if it's radius versus total amount of wire.
Yeah, it says that you can detect a sound as long as you're within 1,000 feet of the snare. So if you're if the distance between you and the snare is 1,000 feet, you can hear it. That's what the 1,000 feet is referring to.
Right. But it doesn't have any limit of like where the snare can go to.
Right. So you can set it up as a snare, but it looks like it's only going to be within like a 5x5. That doesn't seem right.
No.
That doesn't seem right.
There's no way you can set up a snare with a 1,000-foot radius.
No.
That's so much wire. So many cans.
Yeah. So not 1,000-meter radius, right? But like, it's not like they have to step on a 5x5 foot square to trip it. Like it's a wire that's more than 5 feet.
Best I can do is 7. Welcome to Pawn Stars Snare Edition.
Yeah, it says that it activates as a tripwire or pressure plate, which indicates a 5 by 5 foot radius.
Wow.
And you can hear it within 1,000 feet. So if you're 1,000 feet away or less, then you can hear it. Not that it's
That's,
a
like,
wire that is 1,000
useless.
feet.
Well, you can put it on the game trail, and then
You can also set up
hear it from
multiple of them.
miles away.
Well, you can also set up
Yeah.
multiple of
Okay.
them. Yeah, you don't get like 1,000 foot of like a circumference of 1,000 foot.
Sure. Okay,
That's a
I'm gonna
lot.
set it
a
on the
lot.
trap itself. So that way, when the trapper comes along and trips it, they'll make the sound, and we'll chill. Or y'all don't have to. I can do like this is kind of my thing, but I would love help. I'm just gonna be camping
Raptors
out.
all in on it, dude.
Yeah, sick. Tristan, are you down to camp out with me about 1,000 feet away and wait for this person to teach him a lesson?
Yeah, that's cool. We'll figure this one
Hell
out.
yeah.
Raptor's gonna do some patrolling the whole time, just
Cool.
around that snare area.
You are
Cool.
eye in the sky, Raptor.
Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna
Right.
spend some time to set this trap up.
Okay, so you're setting up a trap on top of the trap?
Yeah. I'm doing the warning snare, which makes a sound that only us three will be able to detect, unless they beat the perception DC.
Well, they will be able to hear it if they set it off.
No, this is a special one. It makes a sound that's natural to the environment, so they don't notice it. But anybody who knows what to listen for, like us, and I'll explain it, they'll be able to detect it, unless the creature that trips it is like specifically looking for it, something like that.
Motherfucker's got a magic snare.
I forget what the circumstances that they do detect it, but it's pretty unlikely. So they would have to take. Okay, so they can detect it with a perception check matching my craft DC, which means they would have to be rolling a perception check.
Okay. Yeah. I got you. Okay, so
if the NPC chooses to like search for it or whatever, like chooses to do a perception check, is that how I'm reading that?
yeah, they have to match the DC.
But so do they automatically roll the perception check when they trip it?
Let me check.
I'll be right back.
So how this would work is if they would have their what's it called? So how it would work is they would have their passive perception, and if their passive perception exceeds the DC, then they would hear it, and they would also just see it.
Hell yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So go ahead and roll a craft check to find out what our DC is on that.
Ooh, that's not ideal. Uh, 10.
Okay. And you're just putting it right on top of the other
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you reset? Okay. All right. And what's everyone else doing?
So we're establishing a base camp here while Taj sets traps. I'm gonna take in the terrain and then adjust my positioning accordingly. See if I can't find any advantages to funnel them in or put them at a disadvantage where we get an advantage. You know, military tactician shit.
Okay. All right. So you should be able to move your tokens wherever it is that you'd like.
We're on the combat map.
We are.
Hell yeah.
8-second description. What happened while I was gone?
Kaj set a sound trap on top of the bear trap.
Yep.
And Tristan is kind of patrolling around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and move your tokens wherever it is that you'd like them.
So where's the trap? Oh, is that the thing south to us?
Yeah, so if you kind of see the little kind of
there.
dotted trail, that's the game trail that the trap was set on top of. And you set your trap right on top of the bear trap.
Okay, sick. So I'm just gonna be camping out here, just a ways away, just chilling. Did Puma find us? Are we with Puma again?
Yeah, Puma found you.
Yeah. If Kaj is gonna take that upper quadrant, I'm gonna take this lower one.
Oh shit, that's on the trail though. So I'm actually just gonna camp like a little bit into the deeper brush. I assume that darker green is like more dense trail, or like more dense.
Yeah, so the kind of darker green
Oh.
is a little bit of underbrush, but it's mostly like larger timbers. So we're kind of seeing everything from a bird's eye perspective. So most of those darker green areas are kind of timbers, predominantly pine wood, but you'll also find a fair amount of underbrush in there as well.
Cool. So I'm just gonna camp out here in this spot and just chill. Yeah, just relax.
I'm gonna camp out over here so I still have line of sight of the trap, but Kaj is on one side, I'm on the opposite side, so
And Marshall, can you give me control over Puma?
Yeah.
Raptor and Robin are just flying about.
Hell yeah.
they're just going caca, caca.
No, I'm not on any stimulants yet. Therefore, nice and quiet.
Tristan debates whether or not it would risk, whether or not you should risk lighting a small flame to start boiling that tea and see what the fuck happens.
Give some willow tea to fucking Raptor, dude. I'll roll
Here,
for it. Let's do it.
If you ask me, I could make a small little campfire, like a little like incognito campfire.
Shit, okay. Tristan
Make some tea
asks,
for you.
because he's not sure if this is, willow bark or not, and
Hell yeah. I'm just gonna.
we'll just say that it exchanged hands.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'll just call to Falcon or to Raptor. Hey, if you bring that tea to me, I'll make you some willow bark tea.
Raptor gladly accepts.
Tristan just kind of, is like, oh yeah, you got some willow bark right here.
Wait,
So I'm making
Marshall,
a
what was the verdict on Raptor's knowledge of Willow?
He thinks it's Willow.
Ah.
Right. Raptor's knowledge of what Willow does, though. Is it a stimulant or?
Oh, he's heard of it as being used not as a stimulant, but as a mild pain reliever. More medicinal.
How long does Willow tea last? Like, if I brew some now and just stash it in my thimble, will I be good to go to slam that in a while?
So
Days or weeks later.
once it's brewed, it has a pretty stable shelf life.
I will gladly accept your Willow tea.
Cool. So I'm gonna build a very small incognito fire, a very small fire with a very tall, little overly tall rock fire pit to conceal it.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna build a small fire and make some tea, and make some fire. And then when he gives me the tea, the willow bark, I'm gonna examine it.
All right. Go ahead and roll a nature check.
Oh, that's nat 20.
All right. You identify it as, lo and behold, true willow bark.
Oh, beautiful! This is pristine willow bark. In fact, I already have some willow bark tea in my pack. If you would like some,
Mr. Claus, you have
I'll trade you a little bit of willow bark tea.
untainted willow tea. You have
think
untainted
so.
willow tea, pure cut, nice and fresh, straight from the source. Is this
What?
my master's gift?
Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll just trade. I'll take your willow bark. You can have all this tea.
I gladly accept, Standy.
Just so you know,
Thank you.
Marshall, this is the same willow bark tea that I identified on a nat 1. So it could
think it's Willow.
it might or might not be willow bark,
I do recall.
and I'm giving it to Raptor.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Instead of brewing me a fresh, warm cup of tea, you're taking my tea materials and giving me a
Technically,
week,
they're my
month-old
materials.
month-old cup of tea that was brewed on a nat 1.
I just assumed you
I don't
like
the way this is going, but Raptor gladly accepts it.
I thought you wanted your tea now. I gotta brew yours, this willow bark first.
Can you at least warm it up, Standy? If it's gonna be my master's gift.
Why not? I put the vial on the fire.
All right.
Uncut willow. It's been so long.
All right. You put the willow vial on the fire, and it begins to boil and kind of curdle over the cork cap, and actually looks like it's kind of beginning to bulge the cork a little bit, kind of push the cork out.
I'm gonna take it off the fire and offer it to Raptor.
All right.
With no qualm about how it just came off of a fire and is actively boiling, Raptor throws that shit back.
Oh god.
Throws it back.
Um.
I'm prepared to roll damage on the burn mouth.
God.
Amazingly, you only take 1 point of damage.
Do I successfully gut the whole thing?
Yeah.
Perfect. Also,
Well,
my previous
I guess
points of damage.
scratch. I guess because it is boiling. Roll a fortitude save.
There it is.
He is a dragon.
Oh,
just
that's
saying.
a 2 + 8. Solid 10. And
he's a
I'm a
dragon.
dragon, so that should be basically another +10.
So you drink about half of it and then squirt the rest of it kind of out onto the ground.
How much damage do I take from that?
You only take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
Did my previous damage recover when we took that long overnight rest?
Oh, yes, it did.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, I haven't gone.
There
I'll
we go.
describe the. We'll say yes.
Cool. Easy 1 point of damage then for throwing back some hot ass willow tea.
Which then gives you temp HP. If
Yeah,
it
what
is
does that
willow
do?
tea.
What does that do, Marshall?
All right.
What do I feel?
So, and this is the one that you thought was willow bark, correct? Is that concoction?
Yeah,
The
I gave
nat
him all
one
that.
willow
I gave
bark.
him all
The
of
nat
it.
one. Okay. So normally, you would take when you take a decoction of willow bark, you would gain 2d4 temp HP, and that lasts about an hour.
Okay.
However, you take 5 points of damage.
As I gut this willow tea and feel the effect on my body, Raptor immediately knows that this is some cut willow tea. It is not pure. It is not clean. And Raptor guts this and then says, "Holy fuck! Cocktails even got into standing clause. Nothing is sacred. You can't get pure willow tea anywhere." And Raptor just starts fucking crying. He's just crying. He probably yaks once or twice, and he's just having a bad time.
Tristan kind of looks over at him. He's like, "Are you okay, buddy?"
They're putting cocaine in the willow tea. Just wanted willow.
You shouldn't have drinking it boiling hot, dumbass.
Standy! Why? Standy!
Tristan's gonna put like a finger on his stomach and just kind of push to help him get all of it out.
Raptor, while crying, super emotionally fucked because he was already pretty traumatized learning that Standy Claus was a druid, and he's homesick as shit. And now he has just taken some laced fucking willow bark. Raptor just starts wandering off into the woods.
All right.
Raptor, we need
He's
you.
having a bad time, dude.
I'll go after him.
I think you're the last person he wants to see.
I'll give him a hug. I'm Standy Claus after all.
Standy, you were my hero. When I wanted to grow up, I wanted to be like Standy Claus. But Standy Claus gave me laced willow. And Standy Claus told me to fuck off. Standy, why'd you do this to me? I thought I'd been a good boy this year.
You've been a great boy, little Raptor, but you gotta not drink boiling hot water.
Standy, if that is my punishment for drinking hot water, then I don't know how to be a good boy.
Oh, you're a great boy, Raptor. You know what? You just keep being you and live your best life. That's what I want for you.
I think I need to fly now. Raptor
Oh.
whistles and summons down Robin and takes to the sky. Just dripping tears the whole time.
I don't think you made anything better.
No, probably
How
not.
did we get here, gents? How did we get here?
Well, I started looking for those fucking stimulants.
Raptor is
Back
now
to the-
just emotionally traumatized, flying through the sky, crying.
Tristan's just
Amazing.
sitting there. Tristan's just sitting there with his sword, just slowly just sharpening the edge, wondering the events of his life that have just led him to this fucking moment where he went from being a knight to like the family counselor. Just all like, man, I should have fucking stayed in Falernia and just fucking owned that shit. Just goddamn.
All right.
And
Where were we in the plot?
Yeah. I'm going back to my post to make some real loyalty.
Oh yeah, there's an encounter coming.
Mhm.
All right. While Raptor is flying around who knows where, and Tristan is sharpening his sword, Kaj, are you just hanging tight?
Still brewing the willow tea.
Or having trouble hearing you?
No.
I went back to my post to continue brewing that willow tea.
All right. Go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
I've lost so much trust in you, Standy Claus.
You'll feel way better when I give you real fucking drugs.
I don't know if Raptor will even accept.
Did you say
this.
medicine or nature check?
You can actually do either.
Okay, I'll do medicine. 18.
All right, you successfully make decoction of minor willow bark, which grants 2d4 temp HP for 1 hour.
Oh, that might have been nice.
You have 4 vials of that.
Cool.
Must be fucking nice, Standy.
I'll give it to you if you ever come back.
I have some trust issues that are gonna need to be repaired first. I
You don't want more drugs?
figured I was gonna love you for so long, but Standy Claus really ruined the vibe for me. Giving me that cut willow tea for my fucking
Well, I
Moss
didn't
Chris
know.
gifts, dude.
It
You
looked
said
like
it was my
normal ass willow
fucking.
bark.
You said it was my gift for the year, Standy. My gift for the year. I don't get another. There is no redo. It happens once a year, and that was my gift. I've been a bad boy. Raptor's upset because he's been a bad boy, and now he's really sad about that. Some trust needs to be rebuilt here,
Oh,
Standy
that's
Claus.
too good. That's so fucking good.
Fucking cat. Oh god. Ugh,
All right.
That's-
So,
bad trips for Christmas.
But
at this point, night's beginning to fall. The sun's beginning to set, and you can kind of begin to hear the crickets chirp, only being overtaken by the sound of the crackling campfire.
I can still hear Raptor crying somewhere.
off in the distance.
Will my son wake me up if I'm sleeping?
Depends.
We can take it in. We can take watch and shifts.
Oh, that makes sense. Let's do that.
It depends on your passive perception.
Okay, let's just take trips.
You can take. You can sleep up first.
I love you, Tristan. Good, Nate.
All right. So Tristan, go ahead and roll. And Raptor, what are you doing? Are you still up in the sky?
If
Somewhere?
it's bedtime, I flew west, like a good 2 kilometers, and then just racked out in a tree with Robin.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Raptor, go ahead and roll a perception check. I'd roll one for Robin too.
Ooh, okay. Mine is 27, and Robin is 14.
Okay. As you kind of like nestle in for the night, you don't notice any immediate danger anywhere near you.
Perfect.
Then Tristan, you're taking first watch, so go ahead and roll perception.
13 plus 8, so 21.
All right. During your shift of night watch, you don't really hear anything. You spend most of your time staring at the crackling fire, the flames dancing in front of you, only to be disturbed by the occasional log that you toss on the fire in order to keep it burning through the night.
Nice
Uh,
night. Peaceful.
After the two of you shift, Kaj, roll a perception check.
$17.
You too glance left and right through the night, but your eye is caught predominantly by the flicker of the firelight. And you find yourself almost methodically kind of pushing the coals from left to right with a adjacent stick. Not really taking too much attention of your surroundings, but it seems quiet.
Tristan, by the way, does know the sound.
Yeah.
I told him.
The sun begins to rise on the crest, and you begin to shake off the morning frost and the kind of the early morning chill in the air, warming your hands by the fire as the shade falls and the sun rises.
So, did Raptor come back, or is he still off?
Yeah. When sun rises, Raptor kind of slept off the bad vibes. He knows that right now the best thing to do is to go back to the group.
Tristan just wordlessly tears a strip of jerky in half and offers him part of it.
Gladly accepts. No words exchanged though.
Yeah, just quietly, just like looks over and is like,
Munches the whole thing faster than you could possibly imagine.
Tristan hands him the other one, like clearly you know more than I do.
All right,
Just
everyone
kinda,
roll.
Like, looks at it and he's all like, okay.
Everyone roll a perception check.
Oh, that's a 30? Hello?
Dan?
Wow.
Damn, okay.
Dirty 20.
23.
All of you hear a branch break in the distance to the southwest of the trap, the laid trap, kind of a clearing that kind of leads to the southwest. The sounds like it's probably about 100 yards off or so, but kind of difficult to tell. It's kind of difficult to tell.
Marshall, you're telling me that with a 30, I can't pinpoint the exact within a foot location of that sound?
Actually, that's a fair point. All right, so you,
Nice.
Raptor,
Hell yeah.
you convinced me. Raptor, you identify it as being pretty darn close to 100 yards away. Probably down that opening, about 100 yards away. Everyone else is...
It's just the sound of a stick breaking.
That's the first thing that catches your attention, but Raptor, you hear kind of slow and methodical footsteps approaching in your direction.
Like humanoid footsteps.
They do sound
Footsteps.
humanoid.
I call out to the group, poachers, this way, and then I take to the sky.
Tristan's just gonna draw his sword and be like, all right, here we go.
I'm going to apply my disguise mask thing.
I'll just kind of pull my COVID mask up and throw my hood over my head.
All right. All right. So anyone stealthing?
Can I stealth while flying? Like to just be inconspicuous as just an average bird?
Sure. I guess so.
Hell yeah. Perfect.
I'm stealthing in place, just remaining hidden while I apply my face mask.
That's gonna be
I guess I'll stealth to the noise.
11, 23.
Okay.
That's an 11.
You could probably stealth on top of Raven. On top of
Yeah. No, that's the plan.
Robin.
Is on top of while mounted on Robin. More of a stealth check for the maneuverability of Robin to act as a inconspicuous bird
Sure.
as
Okay.
opposed to a piloted creature.
And Kaj and Tristan.
I got an 11.
All right.
And I'm stealthing just in place while applying my face mask. Do you want me to roll?
Yeah.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Nice. I'll be back 30 seconds.
What was the total? Kosh?
Oh boy. 31.
And Tristan, yours was like 10?
11.
11. Okay. Ooh, that one. That might make the difference.
Oh, shit. I hope so.
All right. As you sit down and find a comfortable spot to kind of stealth between below the tree line and under some underbrush, you hear a set of footsteps that grow closer and closer. Clip, clop, clip, clop. The footsteps seem slow and methodical in their movement, almost as if the maker of the steps doesn't want their presence being known. You finally see at the edge of the clearing a humanoid creature, cloaked and hooded, a set of furs around their neck, and over their shoulder that falls to their lower back. It seems that they're gaved in armor, kind of a leather, spotty sort of armor, and they are moving farther and farther into the clearing.
I'm going to hold my position for the time being. Suspicious motherfucker in furs and armor is coming closer to the clearing.
Is that
Yep. I'm going to
That's the
continue to
catch-up.
apply my face mask.
Yeah, I'm going to hold my position where I am.
How
Do I
long is it
notice
going to
this
take
guy?
me to...
do I notice this guy that's approaching?
You do.
Okay. Is he close to the group, to Kaj and Tristan, or is he still a ways out?
He's about 30 feet from Kaj and Puma, about 50 feet from Tristan.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Robin is going to swoop down low just above the tree line. Raptor is going to jump off of Robin and cast animal form while falling from the sky. Raptor is going to turn into a fucking gorilla and land directly in front of this person.
Okay.
Amazing.
Before you do that, let me also add, Kaj, you recognize this as being the same trapper that you met at the Hagfish several nights earlier. Kaj? Oh, did we lose him?
There he is.
There he is. He's slowly coming back to it. Maybe, possibly. We don't know.
I'm back.
Kaj, you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Is-
All right, there we are.
Oh yeah.
So Kaj, you recognize this person as being the very same trapper that you met at the Hagfish several nights earlier, a relatively young elf ranger.
Oh shit. Okay. How long is it gonna take for me to change my mask?
So I think it's supposed to be 10 minutes, but I don't see that on the description. So I've heard it's being 10 minutes.
Okay. I am going to scrap the mask process, and instead I'm already wearing a hood. I'm gonna pull the hood down a little bit lower, so just above my eyebrows, and tie and take a handkerchief or a schmog or whatever I'm carrying, and tie it around my face to cover everything but just barely my eyes.
Okay. Yeah, you easily find a scrap of cloth to cover your face.
Cool. Is that how many actions is that?
Let's say
Is that all 3?
2. Well, you guys haven't gotten to combat yet. He's just slowly making his way
Okay, so I'm gonna do that.
up into the clearing.
Did I turn into an ape in front of him?
Yeah, you can Raptor. We haven't entered into combat yet, so he's just kind of slowly moving up. But Raptor, you can jump into ape mode.
I'm gonna
anytime.
try to signal to Raptor. Tristan's a bit too far away, but I'm gonna do my best signal to Raptor silently to try to tell him something.
Raptor does not acknowledge. He sees this guy and immediately jumps off the bird and does ape form, turns into a fucking gorilla, dude.
Then I'm just gonna equip my bow and get ready.
Do I get an attack of opportunity here?
You do actually.
A fucking
Hell
gorilla
yeah.
falling from the sky, dude? I
Hell
goddamn
yeah.
hope so.
Are we sure that we didn't get high as shit?
this is such bonkers, dude. I thought Kaj thought he had an understanding of the realm, and he did not.
Yeah, if this all ends with Tristan, Kaj, and Raptor waking up in the tavern surrounded by a bunch of wenches, one of which they've snorted a line off of, I would not be surprised.
No, yeah, that'd be about right.
Yeah. We could be like, oh, that was definitely laced.
Okay, so for the attack of opportunity on this man, I just get to roll damage, or do I have to roll to hit?
You have to roll to hit.
Okay. And what's my modifier for that?
So you have to look up the stats on the gorilla. So if you type in to Google Pathfinder 2E gorilla, you'll find the stats on that, and you'll find an attack on that.
Okay, let's see. AC 5 temporary hit points. Now you choose. Only use train with them. Your attack modifier is +9. Holy fuck, that's a 27 then.
Let me double check that.
I rolled an 18.
So you have 2 attacks. You have your melee fist and melee jaws. Both are +11. So it's D20 plus 11.
What are you looking at? Because we are seeing different things. I'm looking at animal form.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the general stats. You're looking at animal form. That might be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go
the
ahead.
Modifier is 9, so that's still a 27 for attack.
All right. That hits.
Beautiful. 2d6 bludgeoning plus 1 damage bonus. Motherfucking 5 plus 6, unbelievable. Plus 1, 12. A gorilla falls from the sky. This man is looking for easy gold hunting wolves. A fucking gorilla falls from the sky. Double taps this motherfucker straight in the dome both times. Fucking left hook, right hook.
What was in that willow tea?
12
dude had?
damage, dude. 12 damage.
All right. As you fall down from the sky, you grab with both your fists. You grab your fists together and slam down this guy to the ground, head, face into the ground.
Oh my god!
It's like an anime, like Goku just like freaking rips down into this guy, and his face is like half into the dirt, and you kind of get up and kind of stomp your chest at the guy in front of the guy. The guy is just face first into the ground. Just he just doesn't even know what to do with it. He just has no reaction to that whatsoever. Everyone roll initiative.
Hell yeah!
Oh man, what's the
I got a
modifier?
nat 20.
Perception.
14.
Perception. Your perception. Yep.
I got a 14.
14 as well.
All right. So 14 for Raptor. Tristan, what were you?
I got a natural 20.
What was the total?
Yeah, plus my perception, right?
Yeah.
28.
And Kaj?
14. Straight up double.
All right.
Holy shit.
Holy
All right.
shit, Mr. Hunter.
We're going to start with Tristan.
Okay, let's see what we got here. What do we got to work with? So, Homeboy just got, like, mo-opped by a fucking gorilla right now.
Yeah, face down, ass up right now.
I'm going to just drop my sword and pick up my bow. And I'm just going to provide some long cover because I don't want to rush in there. It'll take up too many actions. I'm just going to provide you some long cover until I can close the distance a little more, bud. Does that sound good to you, Raptor?
Dude, Raptor is quite literally going apeshit right now.
He's got a lot to work through. So, dropping the sword and picking up the bow, I think is going to be 2 actions. So I'm going to take 2 pot shots at him with my remaining 2.
All right, go ahead.
Shit. Okay. Need to bring up my longbow damage, and I get got here. Plus 2 to attack, so that's a dirty 20. Did I hit?
Oh, sorry. What was that attack?
It was a 20.
That does hit.
Oh, sweet. Where's my D8? And there's 1 point of damage.
Perfect,
Nice.
dude. Let him suffer.
Yeah, so I'm pretty much just
He just faced out of the dirt with a fucking arrow in his pinky.
I just pierced his ear.
Yeah.
So you draw back and then fire, and yeah, it just goes right into one of his hands as it's on the ground, and just kind of pins him to the ground a little bit.
Ow. That actually sounds like it hurts.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it again, and hopefully we can do a little better than that. Okay, that's a. That's a. Hang on, +2. Yeah, that's a 21.
That hits.
Wow. Is that counting the -5?
Hmm?
Is that counting the -5 for the second attack, or does your fighter make that?
I do. I have another bonus one that I don't take penalties for.
Oh, that's sick.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, opposite side of the spectrum, 8 points of damage, and then hang on. I don't think I was adding my. I gotta add my damage bonus thingy-majig.
It's more than 8, dude.
Yeah, I think it is more than 8.
After the 1 for the last roll, beautiful.
Yeah, there's another 2. So it's a 10 in total.
It was 10 in total?
10 in total.
Holy fuck.
Technically, the last one should have been 3, but, you know, it's too late now. Plus, I find that fucking hilarious that he just...
Tristan being the fucking lawful neutral, and then just after homeboy gets pounded into the ground by fucking airborne Donkey Kong, caps him through the fucking head with an arrow.
Quite literally, he draws back an arrow, and it goes flying. It goes in. His head's kind of down in the ground, so it just kind of goes right into the top of his head, and right in there, and he is dead.
Get sniped.
Wow. Hell yes.
Okay, that was less than 1 turn of combat.
That
So
was.
I have 54 seconds in gorilla form left. I immediately grab the body and take off due west as far as I can go in 54
My
seconds.
arrows are still on that body.
That's perfect. That's not Raptor's problem, dude. Raptor has a mission and he's gonna accomplish it. I take off as
Amazing.
far back towards town as I can before my gorilla form wears off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Let me think about this for a second.
Oh. Kristen's just gonna unstring his bow and start grabbing all his shit.
I have a speed of 25 and a climb speed of 20.
So, 25. Let's see. At 25 foot, you can do this 25 times 3 times.
For flavor text, I'm gonna say since I'm a gorilla, I'm just swinging from branch to branch while carrying this body.
Let me think. All right, so you're going 25 times 3 times. Let's go. It's 9. You make it 675 feet before you go back to your normal form.
Perfect. How far from... Okay, I would like to, moments before I turn back into fairy form, I would like to take the body and find the nearest, like, limb hanging off of a tree. I'm looking for a broken limb, right? I want to take the body and fucking slam it onto the tree, through the sternum, through the belly, whatever, and just leave this body on a tree facing west towards town.
Okay. Yeah.
Yo.
You find
Yes.
you find a tree that's kind of been broken off. It looks like it's a tree had fallen off from a higher limb and kind of smashed into it, and it looks like it's going to make the perfect skewer for your hunter trapper.
I skewer the man on there, and when I turn back to fairy form, I pull out my needle,
Oh
and
god.
I just go to town writing on his sternum and belly, "Hunters beware."
I was gonna say you were right to fear the wolves, but hunters beware works.
Oh no,
I love it.
that's good, dude. That's good.
All
That's
right.
amazing.
Don't fuck with wolves. It says don't fuck with wolves on it. That's the final answer.
Just on his chest.
Yeah, just carved out like fucking blood and guts pouring out. Don't
You have
fuck
a
with
needle. How
wolves.
are you doing this?
Carefully. Not carefully, dude. He's still rage mode. Aggressively.
So
Okay.
he's not even really writing anything.
Yeah.
So you make a couple of lines of text. Don't fuck with wolves? Is that what
Don't
you're-
fuck with wolves.
Don't fuck with wolves. And you kind of step back a little bit, and you're very happy with it. With your work.
Can I do a crafting roll here? Before you tell me that it's shit, can I do a crafting roll?
I think your opportunity is passed, my friend.
I'll allow it.
Beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
But take
nat
mine
20, dude. Nat
Oh, okay.
20 plus 2. Don't fuck with wolves, bitch.
Oh hell yeah.
Do not fuck with wolves.
Oh my god.
All right. You're kind of like climbing up on this guy's chest and kind of like holding on by his chest hairs. And you're kind of like just doing these like little bitty stabby thing, like little bitty stabs. And you're almost like making a blood tattoo in the words that say,
Beautiful.
"Don't fuck with wolves." And you
Amazing.
kind of step back and you're looking over your work and you're like, this will do.
It certainly
Amazing.
will. It
Oh
certainly
my god.
will.
That's incredible. Well, I'm gonna spend that time tracking the giant gorilla print footsteps.
Yeah, I'm walking after the.
You very easily track
Yeah, I'm
the gorilla
finding
prints.
the
No,
path of
it
chaos
was
and
canon. It
destruction.
was canon. I called it. I swing from tree branches
Oh,
while
yeah.
carrying the body.
So
Oh, you want to swing? Did you want to swing?
He was swinging in
Oh,
his
okay.
description of how he
Whatever,
was.
whatever.
I'm
still
gonna
gets
follow
us
the
to same
chaos and just
conclusion.
utter snapped branches.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and roll a survival check anyway.
17.
Oh, that's probably better than me.
The best roll that I've had tonight was for carving "Don't fuck with wolves" into a human chest.
Yeah. Mine was just 12.
Tristan's just gonna, as he's just running along this path, he's just all like, "Oh yeah, don't mind me. Just take the fucker out with 2 arrows and call it good." Nobody cares. Run off with a body. It's not like I did any work. He is
there's-
sarcastically Hawkeyeing the whole goddamn time.
The fact that the body's pinned to a tree with an arrow through his fucking brain and "Don't fuck with wolves" carved into his chest is absurd.
Yup. Oh,
Absurd,
that's
dude.
so good.
Yeah, you, the two of you, very, very easily find your way to Raptor. Right about the time that he's finished carving out
Yeah, dude.
the saying "Don't fuck with wolves" in the guy's chest using blood as ink. And you kind of look at his work as he's kind of gawking over it and just purely enjoying himself. And you look at the body skewered on a tree, and you look at this little tiny nymph, and you think to yourself, "What is going on?"
Been asking myself that every day since I came out here.
What is happening?
Tristan just goes forward to loot the body because he's all like, "Fuck." I mean, at this point,
All right.
let's see if he's got anything decent. I know he destroyed the armor though. I mean,
I'm
depends
gonna-
on how he's impaled.
I'm gonna go up to Cinco or to Raptor, and I'm just gonna give him the best hug I can muster, considering he's 6 inches tall. And I'm gonna say in Druidic, "I fucking love you."
That's exactly what Raptor needed to hear right now, dude. He loves that.
Tristan's
Hell
just
yeah.
standing there, and he's like, "I need to get so drunk." Like he's like, I just steaming drunk.
Yeah, Raptor's bottle definitely boiled over. Hence, everything that just happened.
You think?
Oh my god. Yeah.
So as you kind of sift through the body, most of his contents is either bloodied or pretty well damaged. The leather armor that he was wearing is pretty well useless at this point, having a giant hole through it. Although you do find A couple of 2 snares, a short bow, 10 arrows, and 5 gold pieces, 6 gold pieces, and a pelt of 2 coyotes, 3 raccoons, and a fox.
I'm
Oh,
going to
this
hand the
man deserves
snares
to
and the
die.
pelts over to Kaj and just replenish the arrows with his stock and pocket 6 gold.
So to
Oh.
clarify, you're leaving the arrow through his skull, yes?
I damn well can't get it back.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Like, I'm assuming the one in his hand's probably just like snapped off at this point.
Oh yeah, it's
gone.
the arrow. The arrow broke off long ago, and
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not even
it's
in his
gone,
hand
so I'd
anymore.
have to replace that anyway. And I don't fancy trying to go in there and just like pull the arrow out of his brain.
Yeah, the shaft itself broke off during the transport. Now there's just a little bit of a arrow shaft sticking out of this bloody hole in his head.
Can you imagine
Yeah,
looking for
Tristan's
easy
gonna-
work? You're like, all right, I'll go hunt some wolves. Too easy. You start walking out into the forest. You see a corpse pinned to a tree, carved into the chest. Don't fuck with wolves with an arrow through the head.
I love it.
Job
dude.
ain't worth it anymore, dude. I turn around, I go home.
Yep. I think so. I just want to say thank you, my friends, for making this happen. Because while this may have been overkill, even by my standards, nobody is coming after my family once word spreads of this. So the circumstance is not great, but this is wonderful.
Raptor looks at Tristan after the comment earlier about the sarcastic comment about Raptor being tough shit, and says, "Talk now. Talk now, then.
Talk now, then.
Talk now, then. Say what you
Oh.
will.
Okay.
Be an asshole about small people being tough shit. See where your body ends up." And then I jump on
Jesus.
Robin and take to the sky, dude.
Tristan just strings his bow and just takes aim, and just mutters to himself, "No one would know." just tracking Robin. Just no one would know. No one would know. I've got 8 more arrows here to replenish. You think I give a fuck? No one would know. God
The
is looking
level-
that way.
The absolute
Amazing.
absurd level of hostility between our characters is
You know, like,
ridiculous,
Tristan's
dude.
gonna send a warning shot.
I would like
Like,
you to know,
very-
Raptor. I was
Very
keeping it
clearly,
under
like,
wraps
send an arrow
until you
like
showed up.
past the like where he's going, like giving it lead that he's gonna fly and it's gonna be like, he's gonna be like, yeah, asshole, I missed that time.
No, I think Raptor would know that after watching you sink that arrow directly into the dude's hand, pinning him to the ground, and then sinking the next one through the dude's skull, Raptor would be aware that you are more than capable with the bow and would know that that is a warning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tristan's gonna.
Yeah, dude, Raptor came down and smashed him into the ground, and then looked up, and there was an arrow in the dude's hand, and you're like, what the fuck? And then another arrow appears in his head. It's dead. And you just grab the body like, oh my god! And just
And
start-
take the fuck off, dude.
yeah.
Sprint towards town with it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
just
This
happened?
whole entire
What
set.
just happened?
Incredible.
Garrett, that was the poacher dude. That was the dude that we
That
had a
was the
whole
dude.
side quest planned out for, and we just
Yeah.
absolutely murked him
Yeah, just dead. Straight dead.
You didn't
immediately.
even get to like touch him.
He didn't have a chance, dude. Fucking
Oh,
gorilla
Taj-
falls from the heavens, and then an
Taj
arrow
was
goes through his skull,
unbelievably
dude.
happy.
There was
My-
nothing.
My guy could not be happier than in this moment. Just being like, oh man, well, I had to like tell my family to get lost and all this. Oh, this is a shitty ass day. Now I gotta deal with the Scarnettis. And then this poacher just fucking dies
by my friend's
And you
hand.
didn't even have to do anything,
No,
dude. You
nothing.
just got to watch the whole endeavor.
Yes. I'm
Tristan's just gonna pocket everything. You just look at Kaji and be like, you know what? If you want to take his ears or something, I don't fucking care. I want to go back to town now.
Well, I think with
Absolutely.
that, I think that's where we're going to end tonight.
Doing anything else now.
Oh my god, dude! What a
Incredible.
session.
I'm so stoked. That was amazing.
Well, thank you so much to those watching now and those watching later. Till next time.